Hey everyone. Welcome back to Fiction Blue. Get ready for an amazing tale. What if Harry broadcasted his memories of the cupboard through the Floo network to every witch and wizard? Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Boy Under the Stairs. The summer heat pressed against the windows of number 4, Privet Drive like a living thing, thick and stupid and relentless. Harry lay on his back on the narrow bed, staring at the ceiling where a water stain had spread since last summer into something that looked, if he squinted, like a hippogriff mid-flight. He didn't squint. He just stared. 3 days since Sirius fell through the veil. 4 days since the prophecy. 5 days since he'd destroyed Dumbledore's office. And now here he was. Back in the smallest bedroom. Back behind the locks. Though they hadn't bothered relocking them since second year, the screw holes were still visible in the door frame, little pockmarks in the wood like old acne scars. Aunt Petunia had painted over them twice. You could still see them. He could hear the television downstairs. Dudley was watching something with explosions. Vernon was in the garden, watering the roses with the kind of focused intensity he usually reserved for complaining about immigrants and inspecting drill shipments. Normal sounds. Normal summer. As if the world hadn't just cracked down the middle. Harry pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes until he saw starbursts. Neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore had sat there in his ruined office, surrounded by broken silver instruments, and said those words with the careful gentleness of a man delivering a terminal diagnosis. And maybe that's what it was. Harry had been diagnosed. Prognosis, kill or die. Treatment plan, return to Privet Drive and sit in your room and wait. Always wait. He dropped his hands and turned his head toward the window. Hedwig's cage sat open and empty. She was out hunting, the only one of them with any freedom. Beside the cage, on the desk, a stack of daily prophets that Hermione had been sending. He hadn't opened most of them. He already knew what they'd say. The ministry was in chaos. Fudge was scrambling. Voldemort was back, officially, undeniably, and the wizarding world was doing what it always did when confronted with something it should have dealt with years ago, panicking loudly and blaming the wrong people. A car door slammed outside. Mrs. Next Door, Harry had never learned her actual name, was unloading groceries. Somewhere down the street, a lawnmower started up. Little Whinging hummed along, pristine and oblivious, a suburb so aggressively ordinary that it felt like a personal insult. Harry sat up. He didn't know exactly when the feeling had started, maybe on the train back from King's Cross, sitting in the compartment with Ron and Hermione while they'd carefully not talked about Sirius, or maybe earlier, in Dumbledore's office, watching the old man cry his careful tears. But there was something growing in Harry's chest, something that wasn't grief exactly, though grief was part of it. It was harder than grief. Colder. It sat behind his sternum like a stone, and every time he swallowed, he could feel it. He was done. He didn't know what that meant yet. The words just kept cycling through his head with the steady rhythm of a heartbeat. Done. 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 Done going back to this house every summer like a parcel being returned to sender. Done being told it was for his protection, for the blood wards, for the greater good, always for someone else's greater good, never for his. Done being Dumbledore's chess piece, moved from square to square with gentle hands and sorrowful eyes and absolutely no regard for whether the piece wanted to move. Done being a secret. Because that's what he was, wasn't he? Harry Potter, the boy with a cupboard under the stairs who nobody talked about. The wizarding world had spent 14 years arguing about his scar, his parents, his survival, his destiny, and not one of them, not a single witch or wizard, had ever asked the simplest question, where did the child go? They knew he'd been placed with muggles. Dumbledore had told them that much. Safe and loved, the implication went. Protected. Cared for. And nobody checked. Harry stood up and crossed to the window. The glass was warm under his fingers. Down in the garden, Vernon was bent over a rosebush, his massive backside straining the seams of his khaki shorts. Harry watched him for a long moment, feeling that cold stone pulse in his chest. Vernon had broken 3 of his ribs once. Harry had been 9. He'd burned the bacon, too much grease in the pan, the smoke alarm had gone off, and Vernon had come thundering down the stairs thinking there was a fire. When he'd found Harry standing on a step stool at the stove with a blackened pan, he'd grabbed him by the arm, swung him around, and thrown him into the kitchen counter. Harry remembered the sound his body made hitting the edge, a sound like someone stamping on a cardboard box. Then the pain, white and total, erasing thought. He'd lain on the floor of the cupboard for 2 days before the ribs started to knit. No doctor. No hospital. Petunia had pushed a glass of water through the door with her foot. That was the worst of it, but it wasn't all of it. Not even close. There were years of all of it, and it was strange to think about how casually he'd carried it, like a school bag, heavy but familiar, just something you slung over your shoulder and walked with. They didn't know, he'd told himself, 100 times, 1,000. The wizarding world didn't know. But Dumbledore knew. Mrs. Fig knew. And neither of them had done a damn thing. Harry's hand tightened on the windowsill. The glass cracked, not from pressure, but from something else, something that pulsed outward from his palm in a wave of heat. He jerked his hand back. A thin fracture ran diagonally across the pane, splitting the view of the garden in 2. Accidental magic. He'd been leaking it for days. Small things. A glass had shattered at dinner last night when Vernon was lecturing about ungrateful layabouts. The light bulb in the hallway had popped when Petunia had pushed past him without a word. The accidental magic of his childhood had always been reactive, defensive, hair growing back, ending up on rooftops, vanishing glass at zoos. This was different. This was ambient, like a low-grade fever, his magic simmering just below the surface of his skin with nowhere to go. He flexed his fingers and watched the air around them shimmer, just slightly, like heat haze over asphalt. He needed to think. He needed to plan. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw Sirius falling, his face surprised, almost amused, as if death were a joke he'd only half heard before the veil swallowed the punchline. A knock on the bedroom door. Sharp. Impatient. Boy. Vernon's voice, muffled by the wood. Harry could smell him, sweat and lawn chemicals and the faint musk of whatever aftershave he slapped on every morning out of habit. What? The door opened. Vernon filled the frame, red-faced from the garden, a pair of pruning shears in one meaty hand. His mustache was beaded with perspiration. Your aunt wants the gutters cleaned. Now, not later. And don't think I haven't noticed the window, you'll be paying for that, rest assured. Harry looked at him. Something in his expression must have been different, because Vernon's ruddy color deepened and his eyes narrowed in the particular way that meant he was recalculating threat levels, the way a dog reassesses another dog that stopped wagging its tail. Did you hear me? I heard you. Then get to it. Harry didn't move. The stone behind his sternum pulsed. No. The word dropped between them like a coin into a well. Vernon blinked. In 15 years of cohabitation, you couldn't call it living together, not really. Harry had defied them before. He'd blown up Aunt Marge. He'd pointed his wand at Vernon's face. But this was different. There was no wand in Harry's hand. No threat, no bravado. Just a flat, quiet refusal. What did you just say to me? I said no. Harry sat back down on the bed. Clean them yourself. Vernon's face went through its usual color progression, red to purple, purple to puce, the veins in his temples standing out like river tributaries on a map. He stepped into the room, and the pruning shears swung at his side with the unconscious menace of a man who'd spent a lifetime using his size to intimidate things smaller than himself. Now you listen here, you ungrateful little freak. I've put a roof over your head, food in you locked me in a cupboard for 10 years. Vernon stopped. His mouth was still open, the next word caught somewhere between his teeth and his tongue. Harry watched him with detached interest, the way you'd watch a nature documentary about an animal you'd once been afraid of. You starved me, Harry continued, his voice conversational, almost pleasant. You beat me. Your son used me as sport. Your wife watched and said nothing. You told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash, and when the letters came, you nailed the mail slot shut and drove us to a shack in the middle of the ocean rather than let me find out the truth. That is, we took you in out of the goodness, there was no goodness. You hated me from the day I arrived, and you made sure I knew it. Harry tilted his head. I'm not cleaning your gutters, Vernon. I'm not doing anything for you ever again. And if you take one more step into this room, I'm going to show you what 16 years of your goodness taught me. Vernon's hand tightened on the pruning shears. Harry could see the calculation happening behind those small, mean eyes, the instinct to dominate warring with the memory of pigtails and floating puddings and a dozen other instances where the freakishness had proved itself real and dangerous. You're not allowed to use, your lot said, my lot, Harry repeated softly. My godfather is dead. The man who put me here doesn't care what happens in this house as long as I'm alive in September. And the Ministry of Magic has bigger problems right now than whether I hex my uncle. He stood up again, slowly, and he wasn't tall, he'd never be tall, thanks in part to the man standing in front of him, but something about the way he stood made the room feel smaller, the walls pulling inward, the air going tight. So I'll ask you again. Do you really want to take another step? Vernon didn't. Vernon left. The door banged shut, and Harry listened to his footsteps thunder down the stairs, heard the muffled explosion of his voice as he told Petunia something furious, heard her thin, sharp reply. Harry sat back down. His hands were shaking, but not from fear. From something else. The magic was humming in his bones now, a subsonic vibration that made his teeth ache. He pressed his palms flat against his thighs and breathed. This wasn't enough. Standing up to Vernon was nothing, a 15-year-old victory over a 50-year-old bully. It changed nothing. Tomorrow Vernon would find some other way to reassert control, some passive-aggressive cruelty, and Harry would push back, and they'd keep dancing this pathetic dance in this pathetic house until September, when Harry would be loaded back onto the Hogwarts Express like livestock and the cycle would start over. Unless he broke the cycle. Unless he stopped being a secret. The thought came fully formed, as if it had been growing somewhere in the back of his mind for weeks and had only now pushed through the surface. He sat with it for a long time, turning it over, examining it from every angle, waiting for the part where it fell apart. It didn't fall apart. Harry crossed to his trunk, knelt, and began digging through the layers of robes and textbooks until his fingers found the flat, cool surface of the two-way mirror. Sirius's mirror. The one he'd given Harry at Christmas, the one Harry had never used because he'd been trying so hard to be responsible, to not bother Sirius, to handle things on his own. He'd smashed it after Sirius died, thrown it against the wall of his trunk in a moment of blinding grief. But he'd gathered the pieces afterward, and Hermione, brilliant Hermione, had repaired it with a whispered reparo on the train platform, pressing it back into his hands with eyes that said everything she couldn't. The mirror's surface was whole again, but a web of fine cracks ran through it, catching the light like a stained glass window. When Harry held it up, his own face stared back, fractured into a dozen small sections that didn't quite align. It seemed fitting. Fred Weasley, he said. The mirror went dark, then swirled, and then Fred's face appeared, or rather, half of Fred's face and the edge of George's ear, both of them clearly leaning over something in what looked like a cluttered workroom. There were scorch marks on the ceiling behind them. Harry. Fred said, grinning, though the grin didn't quite reach his eyes. Nobody's grins reached their eyes anymore. Mate, we've been trying to, is this secure? Harry cut in. The grin faded. Fred glanced sideways at George, who leaned in so they were both visible, shoulder to shoulder, mirror images with matching expressions of careful attention. As secure as anything magical gets, George said. We put 17 different anti-eavesdropping charms on this workroom after the ministry thing. Dumbledore's got ears everywhere, and we decided we'd rather have conversations without a live audience. Good. Harry paused. He looked at their faces, Fred and George Weasley, the two people in the wizarding world who had never, not once, tried to manage him. They'd given him the Marauder's map with no conditions. They'd taken his Triwizard winnings and built something extraordinary. They treated him like a human being, not a symbol or a project or a weapon. "I need your help," he said. "And I need you to not tell anyone. Not Ron, not Hermione, not your parents. No one." The twins exchanged a look. It lasted less than a second, but Harry had seen them do this 100 times, that silent communication that went deeper than legilimency, the shared language of two people who had spent their entire lives thinking in parallel. "We're listening," Fred said. Harry told them. He started with the pieces they didn't know, not the broad strokes, because everyone knew those, but the specific, granular reality of growing up at number 4. He told them about the cupboard. About the spiders and the dark and the way the door would lock from the outside and how, as a very small child, he believed that the cupboard was his home and the rest of the house belonged to other people. He told them about the food, or the absence of it, the Sundays when he wasn't fed at all because he'd done something wrong or because Vernon was in a mood or because Dudley had blamed him for something and it was easier for everyone if Harry just didn't exist for a day. He told them about the hitting, though he kept it clinical, matter of fact, because he wasn't looking for pity. He was looking for allies. The twins didn't interrupt. Their faces didn't change much, but their eyes did. By the time Harry finished, George's hand was gripping the edge of whatever table they were leaning on, knuckles white. "That's what I grew up in," Harry said. "That's where Dumbledore put me. That's where he keeps sending me back. And nobody in the wizarding world knows, because nobody's ever asked, and I've never told them, because, I don't know. Because you don't, when you're a kid. You just survive it and you keep going and you don't think about what it means until later." "Harry," Fred said quietly. "I'm not finished." Harry leaned closer to the mirror. "You know what a pensieve is?" "Dumbledore's memory viewing thing," George said. "Yeah. Memories can be extracted. Stored. Viewed. You can experience someone else's memory as if you were standing in it, you see what they saw, hear what they heard, feel what they felt. It's the most honest form of communication in the wizarding world. You can't fake a memory. Not really. The edges go wrong, the details don't hold up. A real memory is." He searched for the word. "Undeniable." "Okay," Fred said slowly. "I want to extract my memories of growing up at Privet Drive. Every significant one. The cupboard, the hunger, the locks, the bars on the window, the hitting, all of it. And I want to broadcast them." Silence. "Broadcast them," George repeated. "Through the Floo network. Into every connected fireplace in Wizarding Britain. Every home, every shop, every pub, every office in the ministry. I want every witch and wizard in the country to experience, not hear about, not read about, experience, what happened to the boy who lived after he survived Voldemort." More silence. Then Fred let out a breath that might have been a laugh or might have been something else entirely. "Merlin's saga left, can it be done?" Harry asked. The twins looked at each other again. This time the silent conversation lasted longer. "The Floo network is regulated by the ministry," George said, his voice shifting into the tone Harry recognized from their product development discussions, analytical, precise, the voice of a man who built impossible things for a living. "Specifically the Floo Network Authority, which is a subdepartment of the Department of Magical Transportation. Every connected fireplace is essentially a node in a network. The ministry can send alerts through it, they did it during the First War, broadcast warnings. The technology exists," Fred picked up. "Or the magical infrastructure, rather. The question is access. You'd need to hijack the network's central relay, which is physically located in the Ministry building, or, George said, and there was a gleam in his eye now, the one Harry had seen when they were developing extendable ears and skiving snack boxes and all their other beautiful impossibilities, or you bypass the relay entirely. The Floo network isn't really centralized, that's just how the Ministry manages it. The actual magical substrate is the Floo powder itself. Every fireplace connected to the network shares a common magical resonance. If you could embed a memory into a modified form of Floo powder and then introduce it into the network, it would propagate, Fred said. Like what do the Muggles call it? A virus. A broadcast signal, Harry said. A broadcast signal. George was grinning now, and it was a grin that reached his eyes, but it wasn't a happy grin. It was the grin of a man who'd just been asked to build something revolutionary and was already designing it in his head. Harry, this is theoretically possible. The memory would need to be converted into a form compatible with Floo resonance, and we'd need a massive quantity of modified powder to ensure it reaches every node, and the memory extraction itself would need to be done properly, not the amateur stuff you read about in books. How long? Harry asked. How long for what? How long to build it? Fred and George looked at each other one final time. 2 weeks, Fred said. Maybe 3. We'd need to acquire some things. Experimental things. And we'd need access to a connected fireplace powerful enough to serve as the origin point. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry said immediately. The Black family fireplace. It's connected to the network, and the house is mine. Sirius left it to me. Something flickered across both twins' faces at Sirius's name, but they didn't linger on it. That was another thing Harry loved about them. The Black fireplace, George murmured. That's old magic. Pre-Ministry. It would have a deeper connection to the network substrate than any modern installation. That could actually work as an amplifier. Then start building. Harry's voice was steady. I'll get myself to Grimmauld Place. And I'll have the memories ready. Harry. Fred's voice was serious now, stripped of its usual performance. You understand what this will do. This isn't a prank. This isn't an extendable ear or a puking pastille. You'll be showing the entire wizarding world your worst memories. Your most private, painful, I know. And you'll be making an enemy of Dumbledore. Maybe the Ministry. Maybe everyone who'd rather not know. They don't get to not know anymore. Harry's reflection stared back at him from the cracked mirror, green eyes bright behind those round glasses. They put me on their chocolate frog cards. They named me in their prophecy. They sent me back to that house every single year. They don't get to enjoy the version of me that makes them comfortable while the real version starves in a cupboard. Not anymore. Fred nodded slowly. 2 weeks, he said. We'll contact you through the mirror when we're ready. And Harry? Yeah. For what it's worth, you should have done this years ago. The mirror went dark. Harry set it down on the bed and pressed his hands against his face, and for a long moment, he just breathed. His heart was hammering. His magic was surging under his skin like a riptide. But his mind was clear, clearer than it had been in months, maybe years. For the first time since Sirius died, since the prophecy, since that endless parade of adults telling him where to go and what to do and how to feel about it, he had a plan that was his. He stood up, crossed to the desk, and pulled out a piece of parchment. He needed to write to Gringotts. If the house was his, if Sirius's will was already executed or could be, then he needed access confirmed before he could get inside. And he needed to do it without Dumbledore finding out, which meant bypassing the order entirely. He wrote the letter in quick, precise strokes. No pleasantries, no preamble. I, Harry James Potter, request confirmation of any inheritances from the estate of Sirius Black. I further request that all communications regarding this matter be directed solely to me and not shared with any third party, including Albus Dumbledore, regardless of any existing arrangements. He signed it, paused, then added, "I am aware of my rights under Gringotts' client confidentiality charter. I expect them to be honored." He didn't know if that was the right language. He didn't know if Gringotts had a client confidentiality charter. But he knew goblins, and he knew they loved few things more than the opportunity to side with a client against a wizard who'd been telling them what to do. Hedwig returned at dusk, a dead mouse dangling from her beak. She dropped it on the desk with a self-satisfied hoot and extended her leg before Harry even reached for the letter. "You always know," he murmured, tying the parchment to her leg. "Gringotts. Only the goblins. Don't let anyone else intercept this." She nipped his finger, gently, affectionately, and was gone. The next 6 days were the longest of Harry's life. He moved through the house like a ghost, eating when Petunia left food out. She'd started leaving a plate in the hallway rather than calling him to the table, which suited them both, avoiding Vernon with the ease of long practice, ignoring Dudley entirely. He spent hours lying on his bed, systematically reviewing his memories, cataloging the ones that mattered. It was not a pleasant process. There was a part of his mind, a large part, that had spent years building walls around these memories, filing them away in places he didn't have to look at. Now he was pulling them out one by one, examining them in the light, and the light was not kind. The cupboard. He started there because it was the simplest, the most iconic. He remembered the door, the small door under the stairs with the latch on the outside and the hook for the padlock. He remembered the smell, dust and cleaning products, and the faintly sweet, faintly chemical odor of the spider spray Petunia used twice a year, which never quite worked. He remembered the mattress, if you could call it a mattress, a folded blanket over a camp cot that sagged in the middle so that you slept in a perpetual shallow V. He remembered lying there listening to the house above and around him, the creaking of the stairs as people went up to their real bedrooms, the sound of the television, Dudley's laughter, the way the light from the hallway came through the vent in the door in a thin stripe that moved across the ceiling as people walked past. He remembered being 4 years old and believing that his name was Boy. He remembered asking Petunia, he must have been 5, maybe 6, why Dudley had a bedroom and he had the cupboard. He remembered her face. Not angry, not cruel, just closed. A door shutting behind her eyes. "Because that's where you belong," she'd said, and gone back to the kitchen. He pulled these memories out carefully, turning them over in his mind like old photographs, making sure the details were sharp. He didn't embellish. He didn't need to. The truth was more than enough. The hunger was harder to catalog because it had been so constant, so pervasive, that it blurred together into a single gray ache. But there were specific moments. The time Dudley had eaten Harry's portion at breakfast, just reached across the table and took it, and Vernon had laughed and told Harry that if he wanted to eat, he'd better be faster tomorrow. The time he'd been caught sneaking bread at midnight and Vernon had padlocked the kitchen for a week and Harry had survived on water from the bathroom tap. The time, he must have been 7, when the school nurse had pulled him aside and asked if he was getting enough to eat at home, and he'd said yes, because he didn't know what enough was. He'd never had enough. How would he know what it looked like? The hitting. He forced himself to be methodical about this. Not every instance, there were too many, and most were minor in the way that constant low-level violence becomes minor, background radiation that you stop noticing. But the significant ones. The ribs. The time Vernon had slammed his hand in the cupboard door, accident, Vernon had claimed, though you don't accidentally slam a door on a child's hand while looking directly at the child. The time Dudley and his friends had cornered him behind the school shed and taken turns, and when Harry had come home with a split lip and a bruised eye, Petunia had looked at him and said, "Don't bleed on the carpet." And the bars on the window. Second year. He'd come back from Hogwarts, from a year of being fed and warm and, for the first time in his life, having friends, and Vernon had locked Hedwig's cage, bolted bars onto the bedroom window, installed a cat flap in the door for food delivery, and told him he'd never go back to that school again. Harry had been 12. He'd sat in that room, imprisoned, listening to his owl thrash against her locked cage, and he'd thought, very calmly, very clearly, "If they don't come for me, I'll die here." Ron and the Flying Car. The world's most reckless rescue, and Harry had never loved anyone more than he'd loved the Weasleys in that moment. Ron's determined face, Fred and George grinning from the front seat, the car groaning as they ripped the bars right out of the wall. But that was the thing, wasn't it? The Weasleys had come. They'd seen the bars. They'd seen the locks. They'd seen the cat flap and the canned soup and the padlocked owl cage. And then, what? Arthur and Molly must have known. Fred and George must have told them. And Molly had sent Harry a Christmas sweater and a box of fudge, and Arthur had been kind and curious and warm, and they'd taken him in every summer after that, but nobody had ever said, "This is wrong. This needs to stop. We're not sending him back there." Harry pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes again. He wasn't angry at the Weasleys. Not really. They were the closest thing he had to a family, and he loved them with a fierceness that sometimes scared him. But there was a question underneath all of it, a question that kept circling back no matter how many times he pushed it away, how many people knew, and how many people chose not to see. Hedwig returned on the morning of the fourth day with a sealed envelope bearing the Gringotts crest, a goblin's fist clutching a gemstone, pressed into deep green wax. Harry broke the seal and read. "Mr. Potter, we confirm receipt of your inquiry. The last will and testament of Sirius Black III has been filed with Gringotts and is pending formal execution, delayed by inquiries from the office of the Chief Warlock. We note with interest your request for sole communication and confirm that Gringotts' client confidentiality protocols, as established under the Treaty of 1402, are absolute and supersede any external claims of guardianship, magical or otherwise. The Black estate, including the property at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London, has been bequeathed to you in its entirety. As the named heir, you have full and immediate access to the property, effective upon your acknowledgement of inheritance, which you may provide by signing below. We further note that as the heir to a noble and most ancient house, certain legal protections now apply to your person, including but not limited to the right of independent domicile, which supersedes any prior placement arrangements. If you require assistance in exercising these rights, Gringotts is prepared to act on your behalf. Ragnarok Senior Account Manager, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry read it twice. Then he read it a third time, very slowly, lingering on one phrase, the right of independent domicile, which supersedes any prior placement arrangements. He could leave. Not sneak out. Not run away. Not flee to the Weasleys and hope nobody dragged him back. He could leave, legally, permanently, and there wasn't a thing Dumbledore could do about it, because the goblins didn't answer to the Chief Warlock and the Black family's legal protections were older than the Ministry of Magic. He signed the letter with a quill that was almost out of ink, blowing on the parchment to dry his scratchy signature. Then he turned it over and wrote on the back, "I acknowledge and accept the inheritance in full. Please ensure that the wards at number 12, Grimmauld Place recognize me as the sole owner and grant me the authority to determine who may and may not enter the property. Effective immediately." He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg. She was tired, he could see it in the way she held her wings, but she hooted softly and took off without complaint. Then he began to pack. It didn't take long. His life at Privet Drive had never accumulated much. Trunk, clothes, books, wand, invisibility cloak, marauder's map, the mirror, the photo album Hagrid had given him. He looked at the room when he was done. The bare mattress, the rickety desk, the cracked window he hadn't bothered to fix. 15 years. This was what 15 years looked like. He pulled the trunk down the stairs himself, letting it thump on every step. The noise brought Petunia out of the kitchen, dish towel in hand, her face tight with that particular expression she wore when Harry did anything that disturbed the surface of her carefully maintained normality. "What do you think you're doing?" "Leaving." She stared at him. Then her eyes went to the trunk, to the owl cage under his arm, to the set of his jaw, and something shifted in her expression, not concern, not relief, something more complicated than either. "You can't just, I can." Harry set the trunk down in the hallway. I inherited a house. I'm going to it. You won't see me again. Petunia's mouth opened, closed. Her hand tightened on the dish towel. For a moment, just a moment, something cracked in her face, something old and buried, and Harry thought she might actually say something real. Something about Lily. Something about the boy she'd kept in a cupboard for a decade. Something. Good, she said. I'll tell Vernon. Harry nodded. He hadn't expected more. He didn't even feel the disappointment, it was like pressing on a bruise so old it had gone numb. He looked at her for a long moment. She was his mother's sister. She had his mother's cheekbones, though everything else was different, the thinness of her lips, the sharpness of her chin, the way her eyes always seemed to be looking at something slightly to the left of what was actually in front of her. You could have been different, he said quietly. You could have been kind. It wouldn't have cost you anything. Her face closed like a door. Harry picked up his trunk and walked out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive for the last time. The night bus came when he stuck out his wan hand, purple and enormous and lurching to a stop with its usual total disregard for physics. Stan Shunpike's replacement, a squat witch with enormous glasses and a perpetual expression of mild alarm, took his fare without recognizing him, which suited Harry fine. He gave the address as nearest public flow point to central London, and was deposited, dizzy and slightly bruised, outside the Leaky Cauldron 20 minutes later. He went through the pub with his head down and his collar up, but he needn't have bothered. The Leaky Cauldron was half empty in the afternoon, and the few patrons present were deep in their own conversations, the kind of low, worried murmur that had become the background noise of wizarding society since the Ministry had admitted Voldemort was back. Tom, behind the bar, gave him a nod and nothing more. Harry stepped into the Floo with his trunk, threw down the powder, and said, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." The fire took him. When he stumbled out the other side, coughing soot, the house was dark and silent. The hallway stretched before him, the troll-legged umbrella stand, the faded wallpaper, the curtained portrait of Walburga Black that was, mercifully, quiet. The air smelled of dust and old magic and, faintly, beneath everything, of dog. Harry stood very still for a long time. This was Sirius's house. Sirius, who had hated it. Sirius, who had been trapped in it. Sirius, who had paced these halls like a caged animal while the Order used his home as a headquarters and gave him nothing to do. "I'll make it better," Harry said to the empty hallway. "I'll make it mean something." The house seemed to shudder around him, the old timbers settling, the magic in the walls recognizing its new master. Somewhere deep in the structure, a lock clicked open. He dragged his trunk upstairs to the room he'd stayed in before, not Sirius's room, not yet, he wasn't ready for that, and set about making the house his own. The first thing he did was wards. He didn't know much about warding, but he knew the principle, intent plus magic plus will. He walked every room, every hallway, every staircase, and at each door and window, he pressed his palm flat against the frame and thought, very clearly, "This is mine. Only those I invite may enter." The magic responded. He could feel it, the house's ancient protections, layered over centuries by generation after generation of blacks, rising to meet his intent like an old dog lifting its head at a familiar whistle. The ward strengthened, shifted, realigned. He felt, rather than saw, the Order's access revoke, Dumbledore's carefully negotiated permissions dissolving like sugar in hot water. It took hours. By the time he finished, the sun had set, and Harry was exhausted in a way that went deeper than physical tiredness. He sat on the kitchen floor with his back against the cabinets, eating a sandwich he'd made from questionable bread and slightly less questionable cheese, and stared at the fireplace. That fireplace. The massive, ancient, black family fireplace, with its carved serpents and its blackened stonework and its connection to the Floo network that predated the Ministry by 300 years. That was where it would happen. He pulled the mirror from his pocket. Fred Weasley. Fred appeared instantly, as if he'd been waiting. "We've got something," he said, and his voice was vibrating with the particular frequency that meant he and George had been working without sleep for an extended period and had achieved something they weren't entirely sure was possible. "Are you at Grimmauld Place?" "I'm in the kitchen." "We're coming through." 2 minutes. The fire roared green, and Fred stepped out, followed immediately by George. They were both covered in a fine, iridescent dust that shimmered when they moved, and they were carrying between them a wooden case roughly the size of a bread box. George had a burn on his left hand and Fred had singed off one eyebrow, but they were both grinning with the feral intensity of men who had built something extraordinary and knew it. "Sit down," George said, placing the case on the kitchen table with exaggerated care. "This is going to take some explaining." Harry sat. The twins pulled up chairs across from him, and George opened the case. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a glass vial the length of Harry's forearm, filled with powder that shifted color as he watched, silver to pearl to something that wasn't quite a color at all, more a quality of light, like moonlight distilled into granules. "Modified Floo powder," Fred said. "Took us, what, George?" 47 hours of continuous work, 3 cauldron explosions, 1 small fire, and a conversation with a very confused apothecary in Nocturne Alley who thought we were trying to build a bomb. "Were you?" "Technically, yes. A memory bomb." George leaned forward. "Here's how it works. Normal Floo powder creates a connection between 2 points in the network, your fireplace to the destination fireplace. What we've done is modify the resonance signature so that instead of creating a point-to-point connection, it creates a broadcast, 1 point to all points simultaneously." "Like a radio," Harry said. "Exactly like a radio, yes, thank you, Harry, for being the one person in the wizarding world who understands Muggle technology." Fred picked up the file and held it up to the light. "This is the carrier. The medium. But it's empty. What we need is the signal, your memories. Now, standard memory extraction puts the memory into a liquid form, right? Silver threads, pensive compatible. What we've done is developed a conversion process. Memory goes in liquid, comes out as a powder that we can blend with the modified Floo powder. When the blended powder is ignited in a connected fireplace, the memory propagates through the entire network and plays in every connected hearth simultaneously." "How will people experience it?" Harry asked. "That's the brilliant part," George said, and he wasn't being modest, he was stating a fact with the precision of an engineer describing a bridge he'd built. "They won't see it in the fire like a vision or a projection. The memory will be absorbed through the Floo connection directly into the ambient magical field of each home. Anyone within range of a connected fireplace, roughly 50 feet, will experience the memory as if they were standing in a pensive. Full sensory immersion. They'll see what you saw. Hear what you heard. Feel what you felt." Harry was quiet for a moment. "How long will it last?" "Depends on the length of the memories you provide. We've calculated that the network can sustain a broadcast of approximately 10 to 15 minutes before the modified powder burns out. After that, it's done. 1 shot. 1 shot, Harry repeated. 1 shot. So you need to choose your memories carefully. The most impactful ones. The ones that tell the story without narration, without context, without explanation. Just raw experience." Harry looked at the file. The powder shimmered and shifted, waiting to be filled. "I'll need something to extract the memories," he said. Brought it. Fred produced a wand-like instrument from his coat, thinner than a wand, silver, with a hooked end. Memory extraction tool. More precise than using a wand. Touch it to your temple, focus on the memory, and draw it out. It'll come as a thread. Drop the thread into this, he set a small crystal bowl on the table, and we'll do the conversion. Harry picked up the extraction tool. It was cool in his fingers, almost weightless. He looked at the twins. "Will this hurt?" "The extraction?" "No. The remembering?" Fred's face was honest, which was rare for him and therefore impossible to doubt. "Yeah, Harry. It's going to hurt like hell." Harry nodded. He'd expected that. "I'll start now," he said. "Harry, now." He touched the tip of the extraction tool to his temple and closed his eyes. The cupboard first. He let himself fall into it, the darkness, the close walls, the cobwebbed ceiling 4 feet above the thin mattress. He was 4 years old and his name was Boy, and the door was locked and the light came through the vent in a thin gold stripe, and somewhere above him, a family was eating dinner without him. He drew the tool away from his temple, and a thread of silver light came with it, stretching like taffy, luminous and impossibly delicate. He opened his eyes and lowered the thread into the crystal bowl, where it pooled and swirled like mercury. The twins were watching him. Their faces were very still. He went back in. The hunger. He chose the worst of it, age 7, 3 days without food because he'd done accidental magic in front of a neighbor, and Vernon had decided that if the freak couldn't behave, the freak didn't eat. He remembered the cramps, the dizziness, the way the world went soft and gray around the edges. He remembered lying on the cupboard floor and pressing his fist against his stomach because the pressure helped somehow, though he didn't know why. Another thread. Into the bowl. The broken ribs. Age 9. The sound of his body hitting the counter. The white flash of pain. The cupboard after, the door locked, the glass of water pushed through with Petunia's foot. The next 2 days, breathing in shallow sips because anything deeper sent lightning bolts through his side. Fred. Bowl. Dudley's gang. Harry hunting, they called it. He chose a memory from age 8, Dudley and Piers and Malcolm and Gordon, cornering him behind the gymnasium, and the methodical, businesslike way they went about it, the way children are violent without malice, the way it's almost worse because of that. Fred. The bars on the window. He lingered on this one, letting the memory unfold in full, the summer after first year, the shock of coming back to Privet Drive from Hogwarts and finding that Vernon had converted the house into a prison specifically for him. The cat flap. The locks. The cage. Hedwig's distress, her wings beating against the bars. Fred. The letters. He was 11, and his first Hogwarts letter had arrived, and for one shining moment, the world had opened up, someone knew his name, someone wanted him, someone had written his address as the cupboard under the stairs, and that meant someone knew, and then Vernon had taken it. Had taken all of them. Had nailed the mail slot. Had boarded the windows. Had driven them all to a shack on a rock in the sea rather than let Harry have this one thing. Fred. He kept going. Memory after memory, year after year, thread after silver thread dropping into the crystal bowl until it glowed with accumulated light, a small sun of concentrated suffering sitting on the kitchen table of a dead man's house. When he finally stopped, his face was wet. He hadn't noticed the tears starting. They weren't dramatic tears, no sobbing, no shaking, just a steady, quiet leak, as if his eyes had decided independently that some of what he was pulling out needed a physical exit as well as a magical one. Fred handed him a handkerchief without a word. George was already working, transferring the memory light from the bowl into the phial of modified Floo powder with careful, precise movements of his wand. The powder absorbed the memories like sand absorbing water, and as it did, it changed. The shifting silver pearl took on a warm undertone, almost golden, that pulsed with a rhythm Harry recognized after a moment as his own heartbeat. "It's done," George said quietly. "The powder's charged. All we need to do is light it." Harry wiped his face with the handkerchief and looked at the fireplace. The carved serpent stared back at him with empty stone eyes. "When?" Fred asked. Harry thought about it. He thought about timing, about impact, about the difference between a whisper and a shout. It was Wednesday evening. People would be home. Families would be eating dinner, or sitting in parlors, or putting children to bed. Fireplaces would be lit, not for warmth, in June, but for the Floo, for communication, for the ambient background connection that tied the wizarding world together like a shared nervous system. "Now," Harry said. "Now." "Harry, don't you want to? I've been wanting to for 15 years. I just didn't know it until last week." He stood. "How does it work? Do I just throw the powder into the fire?" "Light the fire first," George said. "Then throw the entire contents of the phial in at once. The fire will turn silver, that's how you'll know it's broadcasting. It'll last about 12 minutes. During those 12 minutes, every connected fireplace in Britain will flare silver, and everyone within range will be pulled into the memory sequence. Will they be able to look away? Block it? No." George's voice was flat. "The broadcast operates on the same magical frequency as a pensieve. Once you're in until it's done. A clemency might blunt the emotional impact, but they'll still see everything." Harry looked at Fred. "You said this would make enemies." "I said it would make an enemy of Dumbledore." "Good." Harry picked up the phial. It was warm in his hand, almost alive, and the golden-silver light pulsed with his heartbeat, patient and steady. "I want you two out of here before I do it. If there's blowback, it should hit me, not you." "Like hell," Fred started. "This isn't a discussion. Go home. If anyone asks, you were in your shop all evening. You don't know anything about this. I did it alone." "Harry." George's voice was careful. "We built the powder. Our magical signatures are all over it. If anyone does a forensic analysis, then I'll say I commissioned the powder without telling you what it was for. I'll say I told you it was for a product test. I don't care. But you're not going to be standing next to me when the ministry comes knocking, because I need you free and functional and running that shop. You're going to be more useful to me outside of Azkaban than in it." The twins stared at him. Then, slowly, Fred nodded. "You're terrifyingly good at this," he said. "I learned from the best." Harry almost smiled. "Now go." They went. Fred first, then George, who paused at the fireplace and looked back. "For what it's worth, Harry, Mum's going to lose it. Not at you. At herself. I know. And Dumbledore, I know." George nodded. He stepped into the green flames and was gone. Harry stood alone in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, holding a phial of weaponized memory, and for a long, suspended moment, he felt the full weight of what he was about to do. He was going to strip himself naked in front of the entire wizarding world. Every shame, every scar, every moment of weakness and terror and childish helplessness, he was going to hand it all to strangers. To people who'd spent years treating him as a symbol, a savior, a liar, a lunatic, a hero, a threat. He was going to let them inside the cupboard with him, let them feel the hunger and the fear and the loneliness, and he could never take it back. It would be out there forever. Every witch and wizard in Britain would carry a piece of his childhood in their memory, and some of them would pity him, and some would be furious, and some would use it against him, and he would have to live with all of it. He was afraid. He acknowledged that, let it sit in his chest alongside the cold stone that had been growing there all week. Fear was fine. Fear was human. He'd been afraid when he faced Voldemort in the graveyard, and he'd done it anyway. He'd been afraid when he led his friends into the Department of Mysteries, and he'd done it anyway. Fear wasn't the opposite of courage. It was the price of it. Harry knelt in front of the fireplace. He pointed his wand at the grate and said, "Incendio." Flames leaped up, orange and gold, crackling against the ancient stone. The carved serpent seemed to writhe in the firelight. He uncorked the phial. The powder hummed against his palm, vibrating with 12 minutes of truth. "Let them see," Harry said. He poured the powder into the fire. The flames went silver, not gradually, not with the green flash of a standard Floo connection, but instantly, totally, the entire fireplace erupting in light the color of liquid starlight. The silver fire roared upward, not with heat but with something else, a pressure wave that Harry felt in his bones, in his teeth, in the scar on his forehead. The house shuddered. The walls hummed. And Harry felt it, felt the broadcast reaching out through the network like a living thing, racing along the invisible pathways that connected every fireplace in Wizarding Britain, touching hearths in cottages and mansions and pubs and offices and shops, one after another, thousands of silver fires blooming simultaneously across the country like stars igniting in a night sky. And then it began. In the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, the silver fire showed Harry his own memories playing back to him, and he watched, because he owed himself that much. He watched the cupboard. He watched the hunger. He watched the hitting. He watched a small boy with broken ribs lying in the dark, breathing in tiny sips, waiting for his bones to knit because there was no one in the world who would help him. He watched, and he didn't look away. 12 minutes. When the fire died, Harry was sitting on the kitchen floor with his back against the table leg, staring at the now dark fireplace. The phial was empty in his hand, the glass still warm. The house was silent. The broadcast was over. Somewhere out there, in every magical home in Britain, people were sitting in front of their fireplaces, stunned, shattered, changed. Mothers who had just experienced a child's starvation. Fathers who had just felt a child's ribs break. Children who had just been locked in a dark cupboard and told they were nothing. Harry set the empty phial on the floor and pressed his forehead against his knees. It was done. Whatever came next, whatever fury and fallout and reckoning, it was done. The secret was out. Harry Potter's childhood was no longer a rumor or a question or a matter of speculation. It was a shared experience, branded into the collective memory of Wizarding Britain, undeniable and unforgettable. He sat there for a long time. The kitchen clock ticked. The pipes creaked. And then, from the hallway, a sound, a pounding on the front door, heavy and insistent, followed by a voice he knew as well as his own. Harry James Potter, open this door. Albus Dumbledore. Harry lifted his head. He wiped his face. He stood up, straightened his glasses, and walked to the front door. He opened it. Dumbledore stood on the doorstep. He was not wearing his usual robes, he was in a dressing gown, as if he'd been pulled from his quarters, and his silver hair was loose around his shoulders rather than tied back. His half-moon spectacles sat slightly crooked on his nose. Behind the glasses, his blue eyes were doing something Harry had never seen before. They were afraid. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice cracked. Harry looked at him. He looked at the man who had left him on a doorstep in November, who had known about the cupboard and the hunger and the hitting, who had watched Harry walk back to that house every summer for 5 years and had done nothing except assure everyone that it was necessary, that the blood wards required it, that the sacrifice was worth the protection. You saw it, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Harry, what have you? Everyone saw it. Harry stepped back from the door. Not an invitation, a repositioning. He planted his feet and stood in the hallway of his house, and his magic hummed in the walls around him, and the ancient wards of the Black family recognized their master and tightened. Every witch and wizard in Britain just lived through my childhood. They know now. They all know. Dumbledore's face was doing something complicated, grief and guilt and calculation, all three battling for control. Harry, you must understand, the wards at Privet Drive, the protection of your mother's blood, you keep saying that word. Protection. Harry's voice was quiet. Conversational. The cold stone in his chest was steady. You keep using it like it means what you think it means. But protection from what? Voldemort? He got to me anyway, graveyard, Department of Mysteries, a possessed diary in my second year. The blood wards didn't stop any of that. He paused. Do you know what they did stop? Nothing. They stopped nothing that happened inside that house. Because you weren't protecting me from what was inside. You just needed me alive for September. That is not, don't. The word came out with a pulse of magic that made the hallway lamps flicker. Don't stand in my house and tell me that's not what happened. Not tonight. Not after everyone in this country just felt what I felt. Dumbledore was silent. The fear in his eyes had settled into something deeper, something that looked, if Harry was being generous, like the first stages of genuine reckoning. You should go, Harry said. Harry, we need to discuss, we really don't. Not tonight. Maybe not ever, on your terms. Harry gripped the door. You can come back when you're ready to talk to me like an equal instead of a chess piece. Until then, these wards will keep you out. Harry, good night, Professor. He closed the door. The wards hummed, and he felt Dumbledore's presence on the other side of them, immense, ancient, powerful, and he felt his own wards hold. The old man stood there for a long time. Then, slowly, his presence faded, and Harry was alone. He went back to the kitchen. He sat down at the table. The empty phial gleamed in the lamplight. The mirror buzzed. He picked it up. Fred's face appeared, and behind him, George, and behind George, a kitchen Harry recognized as the flat above Weasley's wizard wheezes. Both twins were pale. It worked, Fred said. His voice was hoarse. Harry, every fireplace. We heard reports from, Merlin, Harry, the whole country. The ministry's switchboard has crashed. The prophet's already running a special edition. There are people standing in the streets in Diagon Alley, just, standing there. I've never seen anything like it. Good, Harry said. Mum flood us, George said quietly. She couldn't stop crying. She kept saying she should have, she said she should have known, she should have done more, she fed me, Harry said. She sent me sweaters. She was the closest thing I had to a mother for 5 years, and I won't forget that. But she also let Dumbledore send me back. They all did. And now they all know what they sent me back to. Silence. What happens now? Fred asked. Harry looked at the fireplace. The ashes of the modified Floo powder sat in the grate, faintly silver, already cooling. Now, he said, we see what they do with the truth. The mirror went dark. Harry set it down. He rested his head on his arms and closed his eyes, and for the first time in days, the cold stone in his chest felt like something other than weight. It felt like the foundation of something new. Outside, the night was warm and still, and across Wizarding Britain, thousands of fireplaces flickered with the afterglow of silver light, and thousands of families sat in terrible, necessary silence, and the world that Harry Potter had known, the world of secrets and cupboards and convenient blindness, began, slowly, irrevocably, to burn. Chapter 2, Every hearth, every home. The Fawley family was eating shepherd's pie when the fire turned silver. Margaret Fawley had just told her daughter to stop feeding peas to the cat under the table. Her husband, Edmund, was reading the Evening Prophet with one hand and eating with the other, a habit Margaret had given up correcting 12 years into their marriage. Their son, Thomas, 11 and Hogwarts bound in September, was talking about broomsticks at a volume that suggested he thought his parents were partially deaf. The fireplace was lit, not for warmth, not in June, but because it was always lit. Every wizarding home kept the Floo connection active, the way Muggle houses kept phone lines open. It crackled quietly in the background, orange and domestic, part of the furniture. Then it went silver. Margaret's first thought was that something had gone wrong with the connection, a Floo malfunction, a crossed signal. She'd heard of it happening, fireplaces belching out someone else's conversation, usually embarrassing, occasionally hilarious. Edmund lowered his paper. Thomas stopped talking. The silver light intensified. It wasn't flickering, it was pulsing, steady as a heartbeat, and as it pulsed, it spread. Not through the room physically, but through something else, some deeper channel, as if the light were seeping into the air itself, into the walls, into the chairs and the table and the shepherd's pie and the cat and the people, and then Margaret Fawley wasn't in her dining room anymore. She was in a cupboard. It was dark. Incredibly, suffocatingly dark and small, so small that when she reached out, but she wasn't reaching, she didn't have hands, she was inside someone who was reaching, her fingers touched the wall on both sides. The ceiling was low. Stairs, she realized. She was under stairs. There was a thin mattress beneath her, barely more than a folded blanket, and the air smelled of dust and cleaning chemicals, and from somewhere above, muffled by wood and plaster, she could hear a television. She was a child. She knew this with the certainty of felt experience rather than intellectual understanding. Her body was small, too small, even for the tiny space. Her stomach hurt. Not the way stomachs hurt when you've eaten too much shepherd's pie, but the deep, gnawing, hollow ache of a body that hadn't been fed in too long. She was cold. The blanket was thin and the cupboard had no heating vent and it was winter. She knew it was winter because she could feel the chill coming through the wall from outside, seeping through the bricks. She was afraid. Not of anything specific. Not of monsters or dark wizards or the things children are usually afraid of. She was afraid in the way that a small animal is afraid when it has learned, through long experience, that the world is not safe and will never be safe and that the best you can hope for is to be overlooked. She was afraid of the footsteps above. Of the door opening. Of the door not opening. She was afraid of being noticed and afraid of being forgotten, simultaneously, constantly, a low-frequency hum of terror that she had lived with for so long it had become indistinguishable from the rest of her existence. Her name was Boy. Margaret Foley, sitting at her dining room table with her eyes wide and her fork halfway to her mouth, began to cry. Not because she chose to. Because the child was crying, silent, practiced tears, the kind of crying a child learns when loud crying brings consequences. The tears ran down her face and she could feel them and she was the child and she was herself and the shepherd's pie was getting cold and none of that mattered because she was 4 years old and she lived in a cupboard and she was so hungry and she didn't know why. Beside her, Edmund had gone rigid in his chair. His newspaper had fallen into his plate. His face was white. Thomas was gripping the edges of his seat with both hands, his mouth open, his eyes seeing something that wasn't the dining room. The memory shifted. She was older now, 7, maybe 8. She was standing in a kitchen that was aggressively clean, the kind of clean that spoke of obsession rather than care. A huge man, truly huge, like a walrus stuffed into a polo shirt, was standing over her, and his face was purple with rage, and the rage was about something she'd done, but the thing she'd done was so small, so nothing, she'd made a plate float, she hadn't meant to, she didn't know how she'd done it, she was so sorry, and the huge man's hand came up and the hand was the size of her entire torso. Margaret's breath caught. She felt the impact. Not metaphorically, not sympathetically. She felt it, the crack of the huge hand against the side of her head, the burst of light behind her eyes, the way the floor tilted and rushed up and met her body with a second impact that was somehow worse than the first because she hadn't had time to brace for it. She tasted blood. The child tasted blood. She lay on the kitchen floor and the huge man was already walking away, the incident already filed under discipline in his mind, and a thin woman stood at the counter with her back turned, scrubbing a pot, and did not look around. The memory shifted again. She was 9. The ribs. Margaret lived through the ribs. She felt the counter edge slam into the child's side, felt the wet, grinding crack of bone giving way, felt the white supernova of pain that erased everything, thought, fear, even the hunger. For one single terrible instant everything was just pain and then the pain settled into a shape, a jagged, persistent lightning bolt down the left side of the child's body, and she was in the cupboard again and the door was locked and there was a glass of water on the floor that someone had pushed through. With their foot and nothing else. No medicine. No doctor. No comfort. Just the dark and the pain and the careful, shallow breathing, tiny sips of air because anything deeper sent the lightning through her again. 2 days. Margaret lived through 2 days of this. She felt the child's bones slowly, agonizingly, magically reknitting, because the child was magical, the child's body was healing itself because no one else would, and the healing was not gentle or quick, it was a slow grinding process that hurt almost as much as the breaking. She was sobbing now. Audibly, messily, in a way she hadn't sobbed since she was a girl. She could hear Edmund making a sound, a low, strangled noise that she realized was him trying not to scream. Thomas had slid off his chair onto the floor. He was on his hands and knees under the table, curled up, his arms wrapped around himself, living through a childhood that was not his. The memories kept coming. The bars on the window. Margaret saw them installed, thick iron bars, prison bars, bolted to the outside frame by the huge man while the thin woman watched from the garden with her arms crossed. She saw the child, 12 now, thin, so thin, with wild black hair and broken glasses and a scar on his forehead that she recognized, that everyone would recognize, that made the whole thing suddenly, horrifyingly specific, standing at the window, gripping the bars, looking out at a suburban street where normal children played normal games in normal gardens. She saw the cat flap in the door. She saw the padlocked owl cage and the bird inside, frantic, beating its wings against the bars in a mirror of the child's own imprisonment. She saw the child sit on the edge of a bare bed in a room with bars on the window and locks on the door and think, with the calm clarity of a 12-year-old who has already survived more than most adults will ever face, if they don't come for me, I'll die here. The memory shifted one final time. The letters. She was 11, and a letter had arrived, thick parchment, green ink, a wax seal with a coat of arms she knew, that every magical person in Britain knew. She felt the explosion of hope in the child's chest, the first real hope she could remember, the dizzy, luminous, terrifying realization that someone knew her name and someone wanted her and someone had written on the envelope the cupboard under the stairs and that meant someone knew. And then the huge man took the letter. Took all the letters. Nailed the mail slot shut. Boarded the windows. Drove them to a shack in a storm. And the hope didn't die, it was murdered, systematically, by a man who would rather drag his family to the edge of the ocean than let a child have a piece of parchment. The silver light faded. The fire turned orange. The dining room came back, the shepherd's pie, the cat, the evening prophet in Edmund's plate soaking up gravy. The clock on the mantel ticked. Margaret Foley sat at her table with tears streaming down her face, her hands shaking so badly that she knocked over her water glass and didn't notice. Edmund hadn't moved. He was staring at the fireplace with an expression she had never seen on his face in 20 years of marriage, an expression she would later describe to her sister as, broken open. Under the table, Thomas was crying. "That was Harry Potter," Edmund said. His voice sounded like it had been dragged over gravel. "Margaret. That was, they sent Harry Potter to those people. They sent the boy who lived to, Merlin. Merlin's name." Margaret couldn't speak. She reached under the table and put her hand on her son's back, and he flinched, because for 12 minutes he'd been a child who'd learned to flinch, and then he crawled into her lap, all 11 years of him, too big for it, and she held him and they cried together. Across the country, in thousands of homes, the same scene was playing out with infinite variations and one common thread: nobody was eating dinner anymore. In the Bones household, a sturdy stone manor on the edge of the Yorkshire moors, Amelia Bones experienced the broadcast alone. She had been working. She was always working. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement did not get evenings off, not with Voldemort confirmed and the Ministry in shambles and Cornelius Fudge's administration crumbling like wet biscuit. She'd been reviewing case files at her desk in the study, her fire lit for the Floo connection to the office, a cup of tea going cold at her elbow. The silver light hit her mid-sentence in a deposition transcript. She looked up, alert, she was always alert, occupational hazard, and then the memories took her. Amelia Bones did not cry. She had trained herself out of crying the way a boxer trains out of flinching. She sat upright in her chair and she experienced every second of Harry Potter's childhood with her eyes open and her jaw set, and when it was over, she sat very still for approximately 30 seconds. Then she reached for the Floo powder on her mantel, regular Floo powder, her own, and threw it into the fire. Rufus Scrimgeour, she said. The flames turned green. Scrimgeour's face appeared in the fire, and even through the flames she could see that he'd experienced it too. His leonine face was haggard, his mane of tawny hair disheveled. Amelia, my office. 1 hour. Bring Kingsley Shacklebolt and whoever's on duty in family services. Amelia, we need to think about this carefully. 1 hour. She cut the connection and stood up. Her hands were steady. Her mind was already working, not emotionally, not yet, there would be time for that later, in private, where nobody could see. Right now she was thinking about jurisdiction. About precedent. About the laws that existed to prevent exactly what she had just witnessed and the systematic failure of every institution responsible for enforcing them. Someone had placed Harry Potter with those muggles. Someone had kept him there. Someone had known and done nothing. And now every witch and wizard in Britain knew it too, and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was going to have to respond, and for the first time in her career, Amelia Bones was glad the public was angry, because public anger was the only thing that could overcome institutional inertia. She pulled on her cloak, adjusted her monocle, and apparat to the ministry. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, Severus Snape was brewing. He always brewed in the evenings. It was the only time the castle was quiet enough for precision work, the only time he could stand in his laboratory surrounded by bubbling cauldrons and cutting boards and meticulously labeled ingredient jars and feel something adjacent to peace. The students were gone for the summer, the staff mostly absent. Dumbledore was in his tower. The castle was his. He was halfway through a complicated step in a wolfsbane preparation, the one he brewed monthly for Lupin, though he'd die before admitting the continuation bordered on habit rather than obligation, when the fire in his laboratory hearth went silver. His first instinct was defensive. He dropped the stirring rod and drew his wand in a single motion, stepping back from the fireplace, already cycling through possible threats. An attack? A ministry override? Some new form of dark, the memories hit him. Snape had powerful occlumency shields. Among the strongest in Britain, tested daily against the Dark Lord's legilimency, refined over 2 decades of living a double life. The broadcast punched through them like they were tissue paper. Not because it was forceful, because it wasn't an attack. It was a memory, and memories entered through a different door than legilimency, a door that occlumency wasn't designed to guard, a door that opened from the inside. He was in a cupboard. He was a child. He was Harry Potter. Snape stood in his laboratory and lived through it. The cupboard. The hunger. The hitting. The ribs, Merlin, the ribs, the sound of them breaking was a sound he recognized, a sound from his own childhood in a cramped house in Spinner's End where a man named Tobias had hands like hammers and a temper like gasoline. He felt the child's ribs break and he felt his own ribs break, the old memory and the new one overlapping, resonating, amplifying each other until the pain was doubled, trebled, and he was 9 years old in a cupboard and 9 years old in a closet and they were the same child in different houses and neither of them was being saved. His wolfsbane potion boiled over. He didn't notice. The bars on the window. The cat flap. The padlocked owl. The hope of the letters and the murder of the hope. When the silver light faded, Severus Snape was on his knees on the laboratory floor, one hand braced against the flagstones, the other still holding his wand in a grip so tight his knuckles had gone the color of old bone. His breathing was ragged. His face was, but there was no one to see his face. There was no one to see the way his mouth was twisted or the way his eyes were glittering or the way his wand hand was shaking. He stayed on the floor for a long time. Then he stood up. He vanished the ruined potion with a flick of his wand. He straightened his robes. He schooled his face into its familiar mask, though the mask fit differently now, there were new cracks in it, hairline fractures that he could feel even if no one else could see them. He walked to the fireplace and stared at the ashes. He had called that boy arrogant. Attention-seeking. A carbon copy of his worthless father. He had mocked the boy in front of classrooms full of students. He had invaded the boy's mind under the guise of occlumency lessons and seen, what had he seen? He'd been looking for the wrong things. He'd been looking for James Potter's cruelty, for Lily's eyes staring back at him in accusation, for evidence that this child was the spoiled prince he needed him to be, because the alternative was what he'd just experienced. A child who grew up exactly as Severus Snape had grown up. In a cupboard instead of a closet. Under a different set of stairs. With a different man's fists. And Snape had spent 5 years making it worse. He left the laboratory. He did not go to Dumbledore's tower. He was not ready for that conversation, might never be ready for it, might not trust himself to have it without saying things that couldn't be unsaid. He went instead to his quarters, and he sat in the dark, and he thought about Lily Evans's son in a cupboard, and he thought about a promise he'd made to protect that boy, and he thought about all the ways he'd broken it. The burrow was chaos. Molly Weasley had experienced the broadcast in the kitchen, where she always was at dinner time, surrounded by the smell of roasting chicken and the sound of the wireless playing Celestina Warbeck. Arthur had been beside her, home early for once, still in his ministry robes. Ron and Ginny were at the table. The kitchen fire was blazing. When the silver light came, they all went under together. Molly was the first to surface. She came back to herself with a gasp that was more like a scream, knocking her chair backward, her hands flying to her mouth. Arthur was gripping the table with both hands, his face gray. Ron had gone completely white, staring at the fireplace as if it had physically struck him. Ginny was trembling, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes wide and wet. "That was Harry," Ron said. His voice was thin, barely there, the voice of someone who has just been shown something that rearranged the furniture of his understanding. "That was, I saw, Mum. Mum, I saw the cupboard. I saw, when we got him with the car, second year, the bars on his window, I thought it was just that once. I didn't know, I knew." Molly's voice was barely a whisper. "Arthur. Arthur, I knew." Arthur looked at her. "The bars on the window. Fred and George told us. They told us there were bars and locks and I sent him a sweater. I sent him a sweater and fudge and I wrote Dumbledore a letter and Dumbledore said it was handled, he said the situation was under control, he said Harry needed to stay there for his protection and Arthur, I believed him. I believed him and I sent the boy back." She was crying. Molly Weasley, who had faced down Grimmauld Place's boggart and a kitchen full of order members and the daily terror of raising 7 children during a war, was crying so hard she couldn't stand. She sank to the kitchen floor, her back against the stove, and Arthur went down beside her and put his arms around her, and he was crying too, silently, the tears running down his face into the collar of his ministry robes. "I should have fought harder," Molly said. "I should have taken him. I should have gone to that house and taken him and damn the wards, damn Dumbledore, damn all of it. He was a child. He was a baby in a cupboard and I knew and I didn't, Mum." Ginny's voice was steady in a way that surprised everyone, including herself. She was on her feet, her face set, her mother's daughter in the way that mattered most, the part that turned grief into motion. "Mum, stop. This isn't about us right now. Where is Harry?" Where is Harry?" Ginny repeated. "Because he just showed the entire country what happened to him, which means he planned this, which means he's somewhere right now, alone, dealing with the aftermath." "So where is he?" Ron stood up. "Grimmauld Place. Has to be. It's the only fireplace powerful enough to, he's at Grimmauld Place. Then we go there." "Ginny, wait," Arthur started. "No." Ginny looked at her father, and there was something in her face that was older than 15, something forged in a year of possession by Tom Riddle and 4 years of watching the boy she cared about be chewed up and spat out by a world that couldn't decide whether to worship him or crucify him. No more waiting. That's what got us here. Everyone waited. Everyone deferred to Dumbledore. Everyone trusted the process. And meanwhile Harry was in a cupboard. She grabbed a handful of Floo powder. "I'm going. You lot can come or stay." She threw the powder into the fire, stepped in, and said, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." The flames flared green, and then died. The Floo connection fizzled, sparking once, and went out. Ginny stumbled backward out of the fireplace, coughing. "He's warded it," Ron said quietly. "He's locked us out." Silence. The wireless played on, Celestina Warbeck crooning about cauldrons full of love, oblivious and absurd. "He locked us out," Molly repeated, and the words carried a weight that had nothing to do with Floo connections and everything to do with a boy who had finally decided that the people who said they loved him didn't get automatic access anymore. Arthur stood. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, took a breath, and became the version of himself that his family needed, steady, pragmatic, the calm center around which the Weasley chaos organized itself. "We don't force our way in," he said. "That's what everyone else has been doing to Harry his entire life, deciding what's best for him and forcing it on him. We write to him. We tell him we saw, we tell him we're sorry, and we tell him we're here when he's ready. And then we wait for him to open the door." "Arthur, Molly." His voice was gentle, but firm. "We owe him that much. We owe him the right to be angry." Ginny looked at the dead fireplace. Then she crossed to the kitchen table, sat down, pulled a piece of parchment toward her, and began to write. The Ministry of Magic was, by 10 o'clock that evening, in a state of pandemonium that rivaled the night Voldemort's return had been confirmed. Amelia Bones arrived to find the atrium already crowded, employees who'd been at home had operated in, some still in nightclothes, drawn by the same instinct that brings people to the scene of an accident. The fountain in the center of the atrium, newly repaired after the battle 3 weeks ago, sparkled serenely, indifferent to the human chaos around it. Amelia cut through the crowd with the efficiency of a woman who had spent 30 years navigating bureaucratic spaces. She ignored the questions shouted at her, the hands grasping at her sleeve, the cluster of junior aurors who looked like they wanted orders. She took the lift to level 2, strode down the corridor to her office, and found Kingsley Shacklebolt already there, leaning against the wall outside her door with his arms crossed and his face like carved stone. "You saw it," she said. "I was at headquarters. The order, Amelia, every fireplace in Grimmauld Place was warded except the one in the kitchen. The broadcast came through that one. We all saw it. Tonks, Moody, Hestia Jones. Remus Lupin was." He paused. Lupin had to leave the room. Amelia unlocked her office and ushered him inside. "Scrimgeour. On his way. He's dealing with Fudge. Fudge can wait. Fudge is trying to classify the broadcast as an illegal use of the Floo network and have Potter arrested." Amelia stopped. She turned slowly and looked at Kingsley with an expression that would have made a lesser man step backward. "He wants to arrest the child whose abuse he just witnessed. He wants to arrest the person who hijacked a government communication network. He's not wrong about the legality, Amelia. What Potter did was technically, I don't care about technically. Technically, placing a magical child with Muggle abusers without oversight from family services is a violation of the Magical Guardianship Act of 1762. Technically, the failure to investigate credible reports of child abuse, and there must have been reports, there must have been something, someone at Hogwarts noticed, someone in the Order, is a violation of the Auror Mandate. If Fudge wants to play the technically game, I will bury him in technicalities so deep he'll need a goblin mining crew to dig himself out." Kingsley almost smiled. "The broadcast itself, though. The magical engineering involved, is impressive and beside the point. Someone, likely multiple someones, helped Potter build this. I don't care who. I'm not investigating the messenger. I'm investigating the message." She sat behind her desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a fresh case file, parchment, not a memo, because memos could be intercepted and she was done trusting internal security. "I'm opening a formal investigation into the placement of Harry James Potter with his Muggle relatives. Scope, the original placement in 1981, the oversight, or lack thereof, over the following 15 years, and the role of any magical persons or institutions in enabling the documented abuse. Starting with Albus Dumbledore. Kingsley was silent for a moment. You know what this means. I know exactly what this means. Dumbledore has allies everywhere. Half the Wisengamot owes him favors. The Order just watched that broadcast, Kingsley. Every member. They watched a boy's ribs break in a Muggle kitchen. They watched him starve. They watched him live in a cupboard for 10 years. I don't think Dumbledore's favors are worth what they were this morning. A knock on the door. Scrimgeour entered, followed by a harried-looking witch from Family Services whose name tag read Portia Clearwater. Scrimgeour looked like he'd aged 5 years in the last hour. Portia Clearwater looked like she was going to be sick. Sit, Amelia said. We have work to do. Across the country, the dominoes continued to fall. In Hogsmeade, Aberforth Dumbledore stood behind the bar of the Hog's Head and polished a glass that was already clean and thought about his brother. He'd experienced the broadcast like everyone else. He'd felt a child's ribs break. And he'd thought, with the weary resignation of a man who had spent a lifetime watching Albus make the same mistake in different forms, there it is again. The greater good. Another child sacrificed on the altar of Albus's certainty. He set the glass down, picked up another, and began polishing that one too. In Malfoy Manor, Narcissa Black Malfoy sat in her drawing room with her hands in her lap and her face perfectly composed and thought about her cousin Sirius, who had left his house to the Potter boy, and about her son Draco, who had spent 5 years tormenting a child whose home life was worse than anything Draco could imagine, and about the war her husband had pledged their family to, and about the fact that the child in the cupboard had a piece of the Dark Lord living behind his scar, and what that meant, and whether any of the choices she had made in her life were ones she could still live with. In a small cottage in the Welsh countryside, Remus Lupin sat on the floor with his back against the wall and his head in his hands and made a sound that was not quite human. He had known. Not all of it, not the ribs, not the starvation, not the full scope, but he had known enough. He had known about the cupboard. Sirius had told him, raging about it after he'd escaped Azkaban, and Remus had said the things you say, that's terrible, something should be done, and then he'd done nothing. Because Dumbledore said it was necessary. Because the wards required it. Because there was always a reason, always a justification, always a greater good that outweighed a small boy's suffering. Remus Lupin had been a werewolf since he was 4 years old. He knew what it felt like to be a child in pain with no one coming to help. He knew, and he had let it happen to James and Lily's son, and the knowing was a wound that would not heal with the next full moon or any moon after it. In the offices of the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter sat at her desk with her quick quotes quill hovering untouched beside her and stared at her notepad and could not write. This had never happened before. Rita Skeeter could write about anything. She had written about scandals and sex and murder and corruption and had never once been at a loss for an angle, a spin, a way to turn truth into currency. But the broadcast had given her the same memories it had given everyone else, and for the first time in her career, the truth didn't need an angle. It was already the most devastating story anyone had ever told, and it had been told directly, without her, without the Prophet, without the media apparatus that she'd spent 20 years building. Harry Potter had made her irrelevant. Not by attacking the press, not by refusing interviews, but by going over their heads entirely. By giving the public the raw, unmediated truth and trusting them to see it for what it was. She should be furious. She should be writing a hit piece about illegal Floo manipulation and invasion of privacy and the audacity of a teenager weaponizing the network. That was the smart play. That was the angle Fudge would want. She could already see the headline, "Boy who lived becomes boy who violated every wizard's home." She picked up the quill. Set it down. Picked it up again. She thought about the cupboard. About the ribs. About the small boy who believed his name was Boy. Rita Skeeter had been a Slytherin. She had built her career on the understanding that information was power and sentiment was weakness, and the public would consume whatever you fed them as long as it tasted like outrage. She had ruined lives with a smile and slept soundly. But she had also been a child once, in a house that wasn't always kind, and the broadcast had found that door and walked through it, and for the first time in a very long time, the snake in her chest was quiet and something older and simpler was speaking. She began to write. Not what Fudge would want. Not what her editor would expect. Something she hadn't written in so long she'd forgotten the shape of it. The truth. Unspun. Unembellished. Just the truth. Harry slept for 3 hours on the sofa in the Grimmauld Place drawing room and woke at 2 in the morning to the sound of owls. There were 11 of them clustered on the windowsill, pecking at the glass with varying degrees of urgency. He could see more circling outside, dark shapes against the London sky. He opened the window and they poured in, a flood of feathers and parchment, some dropping letters on the table, some on the floor, some directly on Harry, one particularly aggressive barn owl attempting to land on his head. He gathered the letters. Sat on the floor. Opened them one at a time. The first was from Molly Weasley. The parchment was stained with tears. He could see the places where the ink had run, the words blurring into watercolor. Harry dear, I don't have the words. I should have. Arthur and I should have. We knew something was wrong and we told ourselves Dumbledore had it in hand, and that isn't good enough. That will never be good enough. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Please don't shut us out. Please let us in. We love you. I love you. I should have fought harder. I should have taken you home and kept you. If you'll let me, I'll spend the rest of my life making it right. Harry read it twice, then set it aside. The grief was real. The love was real. But the letter was about Molly's guilt, not Harry's pain, and he noticed the difference. The second letter was from Ginny. Harry, I'm not going to apologize for other people or make this about how I feel. You did something incredibly brave and I want you to know that I see you. Not the boy who lived. You. The real one. The one in the cupboard. The Floo is blocked. I assume that's on purpose. Whenever you're ready, I'm here. No conditions. GPS Ron is pacing a hole in the kitchen floor. He says to tell you he's a git for not asking sooner. Harry almost smiled. The third was from Hermione, and it was the longest, because Hermione couldn't help being Hermione even in crisis. She'd written 4 pages that veered between emotional devastation and legal analysis, citing 3 different magical statutes that the Dursley placement had violated, referencing precedents in both wizarding and Muggle child protection law, and concluding with a detailed argument for why Harry could not be prosecuted for the Floo broadcast under existing regulations because the Floo Network Authority's charter did not anticipate memory-based transmissions and therefore no specific statute existed to prohibit them. I've already started researching, she wrote at the end, because that's what I do when I feel helpless, and I feel very helpless right now. I love you, Harry. I should have asked. I looked at you every September and I could see that something was wrong, and I told myself it was just the war, just Voldemort, just the stress. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Come find me when you're ready. Or let me find you. Either way. Harry folded the letter carefully and set it with the others. The fourth was from Neville Longbottom. Harry, my Gran and I saw your broadcast. Gran hasn't spoken since. I think she's thinking about my parents and all the things she did and didn't do. I think a lot of people are thinking about that right now. I just want you to know, I understand. Not exactly, my Gran was strict but she wasn't cruel. But I understand what it's like to grow up feeling like you're not enough, like the world expects something from you that you can't give, and nobody sees the real you behind the expectation. If you need anything, I'm here. And I mean anything. Dumbledore's army wasn't just a club. It was a promise. Neville the Fifth was from Luna Lovegood, written on what appeared to be a piece of napkin in purple ink. Dear Harry, the Raxburts are very thick tonight. I think they're feeding on all the guilt in the air. You've given the world something it didn't want but badly needed. That's very like you. I'm not sorry for you. I think you'd hate that. I'm proud of you instead. Come visit when you like. Daddy is making pudding. Luna. Harry laughed. It was a small sound, barely more than an exhale, but it was real, and it surprised him. The remaining letters were from strangers. Witches and wizards he'd never met, writing to him in the middle of the night because they couldn't sleep, because they'd just lived through his childhood and it had broken something open in them. Some were angry, at the Dursleys, at Dumbledore, at the Ministry, at themselves for never asking. Some were desperate to help, offers of homes, food, money, legal representation. Some were from people sharing their own stories, their own cupboards, their own versions of Vernon, as if Harry's broadcast had opened a door that they'd been pressing against for years. One letter stood out. It was on Ministry letterhead, and the handwriting was sharp and precise. Mr. Potter, I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have experienced your broadcast along with the rest of Wizarding Britain. I am opening a formal investigation into the circumstances of your placement and the oversight failures that allowed your documented abuse to continue for 15 years. This investigation will be thorough, impartial, and public. It will include examination of the roles played by all relevant parties, regardless of their position or reputation. I want to be clear, you are not in legal jeopardy. The broadcast, while unprecedented, does not violate any existing statute. I have already blocked an attempt by the Minister's office to classify it as criminal. You will not be prosecuted, and any attempt to retaliate against you through legal channels will be met with the full weight of my department. I would like to speak with you at your earliest convenience. Not as a suspect. As a witness and, if you'll permit it, as an ally. You have done something extraordinary tonight, Mr. Potter. Not the magic, the courage. Amelia Bones head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. He sat among the scattered letters on the drawing-room floor and felt the house settle around him, the ancient timbers creaking, the magic in the walls humming low. An ally in the DMLE. Friends who would come when he opened the door. Strangers who had been changed by 12 minutes of truth. This was what power looked like. Not spells. Not politics. Not armies. Just the truth, broadcast with enough force that it couldn't be ignored. He pulled the mirror from his pocket. Fred Weasley. Fred appeared, bleary-eyed, clearly having been asleep. George materialized behind him within seconds, because the twins had some preternatural ability to sense when things were happening. The Prophet's running a special edition, George said, skipping past greetings. He held up a newspaper. Harry couldn't read the headline through the mirror, but he could see that it took up the entire front page. Rita Skeeter, of all people. No spin, no angle. Just a straight account of what the broadcast contained and what it means. I nearly checked myself into St. Mungo's when I read the byline. What's the public reaction? Massive. The Ministry's Floo hub has been overwhelmed, thousands of calls, most of them demanding an investigation into who placed you with the Dursleys. Parents are organizing. There's talk of a march on the Ministry. Diagon Alley was packed at midnight, people just standing around, talking, crying, some of them. Fred rubbed his face. You've started a fire, Harry. Not the metaphorical kind. Well, also the metaphorical kind. But the real kind too. People are burning their Prophet subscriptions from the last year, all the issues that called you a liar. And Dumbledore? Hogwarts is dark. No statement. The man's gone to ground. Harry nodded slowly. I need you to do something else for me. Name it. Can you build another broadcast? A short one. Just my face, my voice, through the Floo network. 30 seconds. The twins looked at each other. "We've got enough modified powder left for a short burst," George said. "When?" "Tomorrow morning. I want to make a statement before anyone else can frame the narrative. We'll have it ready by dawn." "What are you going to say?" Harry thought about it. He thought about all the letters on the floor, all the strangers who'd written to him, all the people who'd experienced his memories and were waiting to be told what it meant, what to do, how to feel. "The truth," he said. "Just the truth." He slept again, a few hours, dreamless for once. The nightmares of the Department of Mysteries and Sirius and Voldemort's Snakeface had gone quiet, as if the act of broadcasting his memories had drained some of the poison from his dreams. He woke at 6 to sunlight cutting through the drawing-room curtains and the sound of more owls at the window. The twins arrived at 7 with a small pouch of the modified Floo powder. This batch was different, lighter, more translucent, designed for a visual broadcast rather than a memory immersion. They set up quickly, adjusting the fireplace, testing the resonance. "This will project your face and voice into every connected fireplace," George explained. "Think of it as a live Floo call to the entire country. 30 to 40 seconds, tops." Harry stood in front of the fireplace. He hadn't slept enough. He hadn't eaten. His clothes were wrinkled and his hair was its usual disaster and his glasses had a smudge on the left lens. He didn't fix any of it. "Ready?" Fred asked. "Do it." George threw the powder into the fire. The flames went silver again, and Harry felt the broadcast open, felt it reach out through the network, touching every connected hearth, and he knew that in kitchens and parlors and bedrooms across Britain, fires were flickering silver and his face was appearing in the flames, and people were stopping what they were doing to watch. He looked directly into the fire and spoke. "My name is Harry Potter. Last night, I showed you my memories. Not some of them, the worst of them. The real ones. You experienced my childhood the way I experienced it, without filters, without commentary, without anyone telling you how to feel about it. I didn't do this for sympathy. I didn't do this for revenge. I did this because I spent 15 years being a secret, and I'm done. You put me on your chocolate frog cards. You put me in your children's bedtime stories. You named me in prophecy and politics and you argued about whether I was a hero or a liar or a lunatic, and not once in 15 years, did anyone ask the simplest question, where did the child go? Now you know where the child went. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. But I'm not going back. Not to that house. Not to being managed. Not to silence. I'm not your weapon. I'm not your symbol. I'm a person. Start treating me like one." The silver fire dimmed. The broadcast ended. Harry stepped back from the fireplace. His heart was hammering, but his voice had been steady, and his hands hadn't shaken, and he'd said what he needed to say in exactly the number of words it required. Fred was staring at him with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, something between admiration and the dawning realization that the 15-year-old in front of him had just addressed the entire wizarding nation with more composure than most adults managed in a one-on-one conversation. "Well," George said. "That's done it, then." Harry nodded. "Now we wait." They didn't have to wait long. The first response came from the Daily Prophet, which released a second special edition by mid-morning. Rita Skeeter's article covered the statement in full, alongside a detailed timeline of Harry's known history, his placement with the Dursleys in November 1981, his Hogwarts enrollment in 1991, the various incidents of the intervening years, compiled, Skeeter noted, from public records and interviews with sources who wished to remain anonymous. The article asked pointed questions about oversight, accountability, and the role of Albus Dumbledore as Harry's magical guardian. The second response came from the Ministry. Cornelius Fudge held a press conference in the atrium at noon, flanked by Percy Weasley and Dolores Umbridge, both of whom looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Fudge attempted to frame the broadcast as a security breach, to redirect public attention toward the illegality of the Floo hijacking. It lasted 4 minutes. The crowd that had gathered in the atrium, mostly ministry employees, but also members of the public who'd come in through the visitors' entrance, shouted him down. Not with organized slogans or coordinated protest. Just raw, uncoordinated fury. People who had experienced a child's broken ribs the night before were not interested in hearing about Floo network regulations. Fudge retreated to his office. He did not emerge again that day. The third response came from Dumbledore. Harry was in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, eating toast and reading the Prophet's second edition, when he felt the wards shift. Someone was at the front door, someone powerful, pressing against the Black family protections with considerable magical force. Not trying to break through. Just, requesting entry. Politely, by ward standards. Harry went to the door. He could feel Dumbledore on the other side the way you feel a thunderstorm approaching, a pressure change, a charge in the air. He opened the door. Dumbledore looked different than he had the night before. He'd dressed properly this time, full robes, deep blue, his beard tucked neatly into his belt, his half-moon spectacles straight on his nose. He looked, if anything, more put together than usual, and Harry recognized the effort behind it. Armor. The old man had come armored in his own dignity because the alternative was falling apart. Harry, Dumbledore said. May I come in? Harry studied him for a moment. Then he stepped aside. They sat in the kitchen. Harry didn't offer tea. This wasn't a tea conversation. Dumbledore sat across the table from him, and for the first time Harry could remember, the old man didn't arrange himself with that particular elegance, that deliberate twinkle-eyed ease that made everything seem under control. He sat like a man sitting. Just that. I have spent the last 18 hours attempting to compose what I want to say to you, Dumbledore said. I have drafted and discarded 11 different versions. I have consulted no one. I came here alone. Harry waited. You want me to say that I was wrong, Dumbledore continued. And I was. Not wrong in the way that can be explained or mitigated or contextualized. Simply wrong. I placed you with the Dursleys because your mother's sacrifice created a blood protection that was, and remains, the most powerful defensive magic I have ever encountered. I believed, I still believe, that the protection saved your life on multiple occasions. The blood wards at Privet Drive were real and they were effective. Against Voldemort, Harry said. Against Voldemort. Yes. Not against Vernon. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the blue was dimmer than Harry had ever seen it. No. Not against Vernon. And I knew, Harry, I cannot sit here and tell you I didn't know. I knew. Not the full extent, not the ribs, not the, I didn't know the worst of it. But I knew the home was cold. I knew you were not loved. I knew the cupboard. Mrs. Figg reported it to me when you were 7, and what did you do? I wrote to Petunia. I reminded her of the protection she was providing by keeping you. I implied that mistreatment could weaken the wards. I believed the threat would be sufficient. You threatened my aunt with magical consequences and then walked away. Yes. Harry looked at him. Not with hatred. Not with the screaming fury he'd felt in Dumbledore's office 3 weeks ago. With something colder, clearer, and infinitely more dangerous, understanding. You waited, Harry said. You put my safety from Voldemort on one side and my safety from the Dursleys on the other, and you decided that one mattered more. You did the math on a child's suffering and you decided the numbers worked. Harry, I'm not finished. Harry's voice didn't rise. The magic in the walls hummed in response to his mood, and the kitchen lamps flickered, and Dumbledore, the greatest wizard alive, the man who defeated Grindelwald and stood against Voldemort, flinched. You did the math. And then you kept doing it. Every year. You watched me come back to Hogwarts thinner than I'd left, and you did the math. You watched me flinch at loud noises for the first month of every school year, and you did the math. You saw the bars on the window, don't tell me you didn't know about the bars, Arabella Figg lived across the street, and you did the math. And every single time, the numbers said, keep him there. The protection is worth the price. Yes, Dumbledore whispered. Whose price? Silence. Not yours, Harry said. Mine. You paid for my protection with my childhood, and you never asked me if I was willing to pay. Dumbledore's hands were flat on the table. They were trembling. Harry noticed this with a detachment that surprised him, the greatest wizard in the world, trembling at a kitchen table because a 16-year-old was telling him the truth. I have made many mistakes in my life, Dumbledore said. Some of them cost lives. But I am not sure any of them cost as much as what I did to you, because the others, Ariana, the war, the people I failed to save, those were failures of action. What I did to you was a choice. I chose, deliberately and repeatedly, to leave you in harm's way. And I told myself it was necessary, and I told myself it was for the greater good, and I will hear those words on my deathbed and they will taste like ash. Harry was quiet for a long moment. The kitchen clock ticked. Somewhere upstairs, a pipe creaked. I believe you, Harry said finally. I believe you're sorry. I believe you're in pain. But I need you to understand something, Professor. Your pain doesn't fix anything. Your guilt doesn't give me back 10 years in a cupboard. Your remorse doesn't unbreak my ribs. I know. And I need you to understand something else. Harry leaned forward. I'm not coming back under your wing. I'm not returning to Privet Drive. I'm not following your plan, whatever it is, wherever it leads, unless I choose to. The prophecy is mine. The war is mine. My life is mine. If you want to help me, you can do it as an advisor, as an equal, with full transparency and no more secrets. But you don't get to manage me anymore. That's over. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. And Harry saw the struggle, the part of Dumbledore that had spent decades orchestrating, maneuvering, playing the long game, warring with the part that knew, finally and irrevocably, that he had lost the right. What do you need from me? Dumbledore asked. The truth. All of it. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, Voldemort's history, your plan, everything. No more drip-feeding me information when you think I'm ready. I'm ready now, or I never will be. Dumbledore blinked. You know about the Horcruxes? I know the word. Hermione found a reference in a restricted section text last year. She didn't know what it meant, but I've been putting pieces together. The diary in second year. The way Voldemort survived the killing curse rebounding. Something about his soul, split into pieces. Am I close? The old man's face underwent a transformation. Not surprise, Dumbledore was too controlled for surprise. More a recalibration, a reassessment, the expression of a chess master who has just realized his opponent has been studying the board from an angle he hadn't considered. You are very close, Dumbledore said quietly. Then tell me the rest. And Dumbledore did. He talked for 2 hours. He told Harry about Tom Riddle's obsession with immortality, about the nature of Horcruxes, objects containing fragments of a split soul, created through the act of murder, nearly impossible to destroy. He told him about the diary, confirmed as a Horcrux, destroyed by the basilisk Fong in the Chamber of Secrets. He told him about his suspicions, the ring, the locket, the cup, the snake, and the research he'd been doing to locate them. He told him about the cave by the sea where he believed one was hidden. And he told him about the scar. Harry listened. His face didn't change. When Dumbledore finished, when the old man finally said the words, I believe a piece of Voldemort's soul attached itself to you the night he killed your parents, Harry nodded once, slowly, as if confirming something he'd already guessed. So I'm a Horcrux, he said. I believe so. I have been trying to find a way to remove it without killing me. Yes. Have you found one? Dumbledore's silence was its own answer. Harry stood up. He crossed to the sink, poured himself a glass of water, drank it, set the glass down. His hands were steady. The magic in his bones was steady. The cold stone in his chest was steady. Then we'll find one, he said. Together. No more secrets, no more manipulation, no more greater good calculations done behind my back. You and me and whoever else I choose to trust, working together as equals, to end this. And if we can't find a way to remove the Horcrux without killing me, he turned and looked at Dumbledore. Then we'll deal with that too. But I'll make that choice. Me. Not you. Dumbledore stood. He looked old, not the performative age he usually wore, the wise grandfather aesthetic, but genuinely old, worn thin, diminished. You have my word. Your word doesn't mean what it used to. I know. I will earn it back. Maybe, Harry said. We'll see. Dumbledore left. Harry stood in the kitchen alone, processing the weight of what he'd just been told, Horcruxes, soul fragments, the piece of Voldemort living behind his scar, and waited for the panic to come. It didn't. There was something there, in the space where panic should be, but it wasn't panic. It was resolve. It was the cold, clear understanding of a person who has just been told the full scope of their problem and is already, instinctively, beginning to solve it. He had enemies. He had allies. He had information that he hadn't had yesterday. And he had a country full of people who had just experienced his truth and were deciding, right now, what to do with it. The mirror buzzed. He picked it up. This time it wasn't Fred or George, it was Neville Longbottom, his round face filling the frame, looking determined in a way that transformed his features from soft to something remarkably solid. I'm coming to you, Neville said. Luna's with me. We're at the Leaky Cauldron. Let us through the wards. Harry hesitated for exactly 1 second. Then he reached out with his magic, felt the wards of Grimmauld Place pulse around him like a second heartbeat, and opened the door. Come through, he said. The fire flared green, and Neville stepped out, brushing soot from his shoulders. Luna followed, her dirty blonde hair tangled with what appeared to be small flowers she'd woven in during the Floo journey, her expression serene and utterly unbothered by anything as mundane as a national crisis. Hello, Harry, Luna said. Your house has very nice energy. A bit haunted, but nice. Neville crossed the kitchen in 3 strides and pulled Harry into a hug. It was not a careful hug or a tentative hug or the kind of hug you give someone because you think they might break. It was a hug from a boy who'd grown up visiting his tortured parents in a hospital ward and understood, better than most, that sometimes the only useful thing you could offer another person was the physical proof that they weren't alone. Harry stood rigid for a moment. Then something in him released, not all of it, not even most of it, but enough, and he brought his arms up and hugged Neville back. Right, Harry said, stepping back, clearing his throat. I need to bring you both up to speed. There's a lot to cover. We've got time, Neville said. I brought sandwiches, Luna said, producing a paper bag from somewhere in the folds of her robes. And pudding. Daddy says pudding helps with existential crises. Harry looked at them, Neville, steady and certain, Luna, calm as still water, and felt something shift in the architecture of his chest. The cold stone was still there, but it was warmer now. Not a stone. A foundation. He sat down at the table, pulled a sandwich from the bag, and began to tell them everything. Outside, the wizarding world was in upheaval. Owls darkened the sky over Diagon Alley. The Ministry's Floo lines remained overwhelmed. Parents were writing to Hogwarts demanding answers. Amelia Bones's investigation was gathering momentum with the unstoppable force of an institution that had finally been given permission to do its job. And in every home, in every pub, in every shop and office and castle, people were talking, not about the boy who lived, but about the boy who had lived in a cupboard, the boy with the broken ribs, the boy who had stood in their fires that morning and said, calm and clear and unbreaking, I'm a person. Start treating me like one. The world was changing. Not because Harry Potter had cast a spell or won a battle or fulfilled a prophecy. Because he'd told the truth, and the truth, it turned out, was the most powerful magic of all. And he was just getting started. Chapter 3, The Reckoning. Amelia Bones had not slept in 41 hours, and she had no intention of starting now. Her office on level 2 of the Ministry of Magic had transformed overnight from a working space into a war room. Filing cabinets pulled open, case files stacked in towers along the walls, a charmed whiteboard spanning one entire surface on which names and dates and connections mapped themselves in red ink as her team fed new information into the investigation. 3 junior aurors had been assigned exclusively to her, Proudfoot, Savage, and a sharp young witch named Hestia Caro who had no relation to the Death Eater Caros and was fiercely tired of being asked about it. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood by the window, arms crossed, reading the latest round of witness statements that had come in overnight. There were hundreds. Witches and wizards who had known Harry Potter, who had interacted with the Dursleys, who had lived near Privet Drive, who had been at Hogwarts and noticed things, the too thin boy in September, the flinching, the way he'd hoarded food in his pockets at the start of every school year as if his body couldn't quite believe it would keep being fed. Arabella Figg, Kingsley said, setting down a statement. She's given a full account. Lived across the street. Dumbledore placed her there specifically to watch Harry. She reported concerns about the home multiple times, starting in 1985. What did Dumbledore do with those reports? According to Figg, he acknowledged them each time, thanked her, and told her the situation was under control. Amelia removed her monocle, polished it on her sleeve, replaced it. A habit she indulged when she was controlling her temper. Under control. A child was being starved and beaten and Albus Dumbledore classified it as under control. Figg also says she was instructed not to be too kind to Harry when she babysat him. Dumbledore's reasoning was that if Harry was too comfortable in the wizarding-adjacent world, it might compromise his attachment to Privet Drive, which was necessary for the Blood Wards. He wanted the boy to feel like he had nowhere else to go. That's the implication. Amelia sat down. She placed her hands flat on the desk, a steadying gesture, and looked at the whiteboard. Dumbledore's name sat at the center of the web, connected by red lines to a dozen other names, Arabella Figg, Minerva McGonagall, Daedalus Diggle, the Dursleys, various order members, several Hogwarts staff. The lines represented knowledge, who knew what, and when, and what they did about it. McGonagall, Amelia said. What do we have? Hestia Caro stepped forward with a file. Professor McGonagall has submitted a voluntary statement. She says she was present on the night Harry was placed with the Dursleys, November 1, 1981. She spent the entire day observing the Dursley household in her animagus form and reported her concerns to Dumbledore that evening. Her exact words, per her statement, I told Albus they were the worst sort of muggles imaginable. He overruled me. She opposed the placement from day one. Yes. She says she raised the issue again multiple times over the following years, each time receiving the same response, that the Blood Wards made Privet Drive the safest place for Harry, and that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Did she ever take independent action? Report to the Ministry. Contact Family Services. Hestia hesitated. No. She says she trusted Dumbledore's judgment. Everyone trusted Dumbledore's judgment. That's rather the problem. Amelia stood and walked to the whiteboard, studying the web of connections. The Magical Guardianship Act of 1762 requires that any magical child placed with non-magical guardians be subject to quarterly welfare checks by the Department of Family Services. Those checks were never conducted. I want to know why. I've pulled the records, Proudfoot said from behind a stack of files. Or rather, I've pulled the absence of records. There's no file for Harry Potter in Family Services. No placement documentation, no guardian assessment, no welfare check schedule. As far as the Ministry is concerned, Harry Potter's guardianship doesn't exist. It doesn't exist because Dumbledore never registered it. He placed the child unilaterally, without involving any ministry department, in direct violation of, at least 4 statutes, Kingsley finished. I've counted. Amelia turned to face her team. Here's what we're doing. Proudfoot, I want a complete reconstruction of every interaction between Dumbledore and anyone at the Ministry regarding Harry Potter's placement. Every letter, every conversation, every Floo record. Hestia, compile the witness statements into a timeline. I want to see who knew what and when, in chronological order. Savage, coordinate with Gringotts. If Potter has formally claimed the Black estate, his legal status may have changed, and I want to know exactly what protections he's now entitled to. And Fudge? Kingsley asked quietly. Fudge is going to try to bury this. He's already tried once. If he tries again, I'll go public with everything we have, and after last night's broadcast, public opinion will eat him alive. She adjusted her monocle. Let him try. The door opened. Rufus Scrimgeour entered, his lion's mane of hair more disheveled than usual, carrying a thick folder. Amelia. We have a problem. Only one. Things are looking up. Fudge has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. Tomorrow morning. He's framing it as a security hearing about the Floo breach, but the real agenda is damage control. He wants to discredit the broadcast, argue that the memories were fabricated or tampered with, that Potter was manipulated by enemies of the Ministry, that the whole thing is a destabilization campaign. That's absurd. You can't fabricate pensive-grade memories. The entire Wizengamot knows that. The entire Wizengamot also spent the last year calling Potter a liar, on Fudge's direction. Some of them are invested in that position. If they admit the memories are real, they have to admit they spent a year persecuting an abused child, and that's a reckoning not everyone is ready for. Amelia was quiet for a moment. Has Potter been summoned? Not yet. Fudge is trying to hold the session without him. Of course he is. Amelia crossed to her desk, pulled out a piece of parchment, and began writing. I'm issuing a formal invitation for Harry Potter to appear before the Wizengamot as a witness for the investigation. Not a defendant. Not a suspect. A witness. If Fudge wants his security hearing, he can have it, but Potter will be in the room, and Potter will have the floor. Amelia, if Fudge controls the agenda, Fudge doesn't control anything anymore. He just hasn't realized it yet. She sealed the letter with her department's crest and handed it to Hestia. Deliver this personally. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. You may have to negotiate with the wards, Potter's locked the house down. Hestia took the letter and left. Amelia watched her go, then turned to Kingsley. I need you to do something for me that stays between us. Kingsley raised an eyebrow. The Order of the Phoenix. I know you're a member. I know Dumbledore leads it. I need to know where the Order stands after the broadcast, specifically, who's still loyal to Dumbledore and who's questioning. I need to know before tomorrow's Wizengamot session. You're asking me to spy on the Order. I'm asking you to tell me whether the most powerful extralegal organization in Britain is going to support or obstruct a child abuse investigation. Yes. Kingsley's expression didn't change. He held Amelia's gaze for a long moment, and she held his, and something passed between them, not agreement, exactly, but alignment. The recognition that they were both standing at the same crossroads and had both chosen the same direction. I'll have it for you by tonight, he said. He left. Amelia sat back down, pulled the investigation file toward her, and went back to work. The owl arrived at Grimmauld Place just after noon. Harry was in the kitchen with Neville and Luna, the remains of lunch on the table between them. He'd spent the morning bringing them up to speed on everything, the Horcruxes, the prophecy, Dumbledore's confession, the scar. He'd watched their faces as he talked, tracking the weight of each revelation as it landed. Neville had gone very still when Harry explained the prophecy, the part about the boy born at the end of July, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort. That could have been me, Neville had said, not with self-pity or fear, but with the steady recognition of a road not taken. Voldemort chose you, and it could have been me. It could have been you, Harry agreed. And if it had been, you'd be the one with a piece of his soul in your head and I'd be the one visiting my parents in St. Mungo's. Neither of us got to choose. Luna had listened to the Horcrux explanation with her head tilted at an angle that suggested she was receiving information on a frequency slightly different from the one Harry was broadcasting on. When he finished, she said, so you need to destroy 6 pieces of his soul, and one of them is inside you. That's the situation. And no one knows how to get it out without killing you. Not yet. Luna nodded thoughtfully. Have you considered asking the soul fragment itself? Harry blinked. What? The piece of Voldemort inside you. It's been there for 15 years. Perhaps it has opinions about leaving. Most houseguests do, eventually. Before Harry could formulate a response to this, and he wasn't sure any response existed in any language, the kitchen window rattled. An unfamiliar owl was tapping at the glass, a ministry-sealed letter clutched in its talons. Harry opened the window, took the letter, read it. Amelia Bones's sharp handwriting, inviting him to appear before the Wizengamot tomorrow morning as a witness. The letter was careful to emphasize, not a defendant, not a suspect. His choice, his terms. He handed the letter to Neville, who read it and passed it to Luna. You're going, Neville said. It wasn't a question. I'm going. Then we're coming with you. Harry looked at him. Neville, this is the Wizengamot. It's going to be political, and ugly, and Fudge is going to try to turn it into a trial. Good. He can try. Neville's face had that solid look again, the one that had surfaced in the Department of Mysteries, the one that said there was bedrock under the soft soil. You walked into that place alone last year, for a hearing that was rigged against you, with Fudge and Umbridge trying to expel you. You're not walking in alone again. I'll wear my radish earrings, Luna said. They're very good for hostile environments. Harry looked at them both. Something tightened in his throat, not grief this time, not anger. Gratitude. The real kind, the kind that doesn't have words, the kind that sits in your chest like a warm hand. Okay, he said. Okay. He wrote his response to Amelia Bones, I'll be there. I'll have 2 companions. They stay with me. He sent it with the ministry owl and then stood at the kitchen window for a long time, looking out at the overgrown garden of Grimmauld Place, thinking about what he was going to say to the most powerful legislative body in Wizarding Britain. Not what they wanted to hear. Not what Fudge would try to force him to say. Not what Dumbledore would wish he'd say. The truth. Again. Still. Always. He spent the rest of the afternoon preparing. Not speeches, he'd learned from the broadcast that the most powerful statement was the simplest one. He prepared himself. He showered, found clean robes in the wardrobe of one of the guest bedrooms, black family robes, dark and well-cut, stitched with subtle silver thread that caught the light, and stood in front of the mirror. The boy looking back at him was thin. Too thin. 15 years of irregular meals and growth spurts on an empty stomach had given him a wiry frame that was more sinew than substance. His hair was black and impossible. His eyes were green and sharp behind the round glasses. The scar on his forehead was faded but visible, the lightning bolt that had made him famous before he could walk. He didn't look like a hero. He didn't look like a weapon or a symbol or a political football. He looked like a teenager in borrowed robes who hadn't eaten enough for most of his life. That was fine. That was the point. He went downstairs. Neville was in the drawing room, studying a copy of the Wizengamot's procedural rules that he'd found in the Black family library. Luna was sitting cross-legged on the floor, having a one-sided conversation with the family portrait of Walburga Black, who, to Harry's astonishment, was listening in stunned silence, apparently too confused by Luna's cheerful monologue about Nargles to remember to scream about blood traitors. New development, Harry said, dropping into a chair. I need to think about how to handle Dumbledore. He'll be there, Chief Warlock. He might try to steer the session, either to protect me or to protect himself, and I can't have either. What about Fudge? Neville asked, looking up from the procedural rules. Fudge is the easy one. He's going to try to make this about the Floo breach, and I'm going to let him, because every second he spends talking about Floo regulations is a second the Wizengamot is thinking about what was actually in the broadcast. He can't win that argument. The more he pushes the legality angle, the more he looks like a man who cares more about network security than child abuse. And if he goes after you directly? Charges? Amelia Bones has already blocked that. She's the head of the DMLE, Fudge can't prosecute without her department's cooperation, and she's refused. Harry paused. No, the danger isn't Fudge. The danger is the Wizengamot members who spent last year calling me a liar. They went on record saying I was attention-seeking, delusional, dangerous. If they admit the memories are real, they have to admit they were wrong about all of it, Voldemort, the graveyard, everything. Some of them would rather double down on the lie than face that. The Malfoy faction, Neville said. And others. Not all of them are Death Eaters. Some are just cowards. Harry steepled his fingers, thinking. I need to make it impossible for them to deny the memories. Not just difficult, impossible. I need something they can't argue with. You could offer to show the memories in a pensieve, Luna said, still sitting on the floor but apparently paying full attention despite looking like she was counting dust motes. In front of the Wizengamot. If they view them directly, through standard pensieve examination, it would be legally admissible. No one can claim a pensieve memory is fabricated if the full body examines it together. Harry stared at her. Luna, that's obvious. Yes. I thought so too. He turned to Neville. She's right. If I offer to submit my memories for pensieve examination in open session, any Wizengamot member who votes to dismiss them will be publicly refusing to look at evidence. They can't do that. Not after the broadcast. Not with the public watching. The public won't be in the chamber, Neville pointed out. They will if I request an open session. Wizengamot Procedural Rules, Section 4, Paragraph 7, any witness may request that their testimony be heard in open session, and the request can only be denied by a 2/3 majority vote. Neville looked down at the procedural document in his hands, then back at Harry. You already knew that. Hermione sent me a very thorough letter. That night, Harry barely slept. Not from anxiety, from energy. His magic was running high, humming through his body with a steady, electric current that made rest difficult. He lay on the bed in the guest room and stared at the ceiling and felt the power in him like a second pulse. It had been growing since Sirius's death. He'd noticed it during the confrontation with Vernon, during the warding of Grimmauld Place, in the way his accidental magic had shifted from reactive bursts to a constant, ambient presence. He held up his hand in the dark. Light gathered at his fingertips, not wand light, not lumos, just raw magical energy pooling in his palm like luminous water. He turned his hand, and the light moved with it, shifting color from white to gold to green. He closed his fist and the light vanished. Wandless magic. He'd been doing it unconsciously for days. The crack in the window at Privet Drive. The wards at Grimmauld Place, set with his palms rather than his wand. The way the lamps had flickered during his conversation with Dumbledore. He should be surprised. He should probably be frightened, or at least cautious. A 16-year-old manifesting ambient wandless magic was not normal, even by wizarding standards. But Harry had stopped being interested in normal somewhere around the time he'd poured his childhood into a fireplace and set the nation ablaze with it. Normal was a cage. He was done with cages. He flexed his hand again, and the light returned, stronger this time, brighter, responding to his intent with an immediacy that his wand had never matched. It was as if the broadcast had done something to him, as if the act of releasing all those bottled memories had uncorked something else as well, some deeper reservoir of power that had been compressed under the weight of 15 years of survival. He let the light go and lay in the dark, thinking about tomorrow. Thinking about the Wizengamot chamber. Thinking about Fudge and Dumbledore and 50 robed judges who held the levers of wizarding law. He wasn't nervous. He was ready. Morning came grey and damp, London weather pressing against the windows of Grimmauld Place like a wet cloth. Harry dressed in the black family robes, fastened the silver clasp at the throat, and looked at himself in the mirror one final time. The robes fit better than they should have, the black family magic adjusting the fabric to its new master, tailoring itself to his frame. Neville was waiting in the kitchen in dress robes of deep brown. Luna wore silvery blue robes and the promised radish earrings, which swung gently as she turned to greet Harry. "You look like someone who's about to make a lot of powerful people very uncomfortable," Luna observed. "That's the plan." They took the Floo to the ministry. The atrium was packed, more people than Harry had ever seen in it, a crowd that spilled across the polished floor and pressed against the walls. Not all of them were ministry employees. Many were members of the public, witches and wizards who had come to watch, drawn by the broadcast, by the prophet coverage, by the sense that something was happening that they needed to witness. When Harry stepped out of the fireplace, the crowd went silent. It was a strange silence, not hostile, not welcoming, just absolute. Hundreds of people staring at the thin boy in dark robes with the scar on his forehead, and for the first time, they weren't seeing the boy who lived or the chosen one or the liar or the lunatic. They were seeing the child from the cupboard. They were seeing broken ribs and barred windows and a glass of water pushed through a door with a foot. They'd lived it. It was in them now, a shared memory that bridged the gap between spectacle and person. Harry walked through the silence. He didn't hurry. He didn't drop his gaze. He walked through the atrium of the Ministry of Magic with Neville Longbottom on his left and Luna Lovegood on his right, and the crowd parted for them, not because they were pushed but because something about the three of them moving together created a current that people instinctively stepped back from. The lift was waiting. They rode it down to level 10, the courtrooms. The same level where Harry's hearing had been held a year ago, in the same dungeon-like chamber where he'd sat in the chain chair and listened to Fudge try to expel him from the world he'd only just found. The corridor outside the courtroom was chaos. Reporters jammed against the doors. Harry spotted Rita Skeeter among them, her quick quotes quill floating at the ready, her expression sharp with professional focus. Ministry officials hurried past in clusters, murmuring urgently. Aurors in formal robes stood guard at the chamber entrance. Amelia Bones met them at the door. She was immaculate, dark robes, monocle gleaming, her silver-streaked hair pulled back in a severe bun. She looked at Harry with an expression that managed to convey assessment, approval, and a complete absence of sentimentality in roughly equal measure. "Mr. Potter. Thank you for coming. Madam Bones. These are Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood. They're with me." Amelia's gaze flicked to Neville and Luna, took their measure in approximately 2 seconds, and returned to Harry. "The session is about to begin. Fudge has set the agenda as a security hearing regarding the Floo breach. I've filed a countermotion to expand the scope to include the investigation into your placement. The Wizengamot will vote on the scope before any testimony is heard. I'd like to request an open session." Amelia's eyebrow rose a fraction of an inch. "You know the procedural rules. I had good teachers." The corner of her mouth twitched. It was the closest thing to a smile Harry had seen from her. "I'll second the request. Fudge will fight it, but he won't have the votes. Not today." She turned and led them through the doors. The Wizengamot chamber was vast and circular, tiered benches rising in concentric rings around a central floor. The benches were occupied, every seat taken, 50 members of the Wizengamot in plum-colored robes, their faces a spectrum of emotions that ranged from grim determination to barely concealed anxiety. In the highest tier, at the center of the front bench, Albus Dumbledore sat in the Chief Warlock's chair. His face was composed, unreadable. His eyes followed Harry as he entered. Fudge sat to Dumbledore's left, in the minister's seat. He was sweating visibly, his bowler hat clutched in his hands, his lime green robes damp at the collar. Beside him, Dolores Umbridge sat with her toad smile firmly in place, a pink cardigan visible beneath her Wizengamot robes, a clipboard on her lap. Harry walked to the center of the chamber floor. There was no chain chair this time, Amelia had seen to that. Instead, there was a simple wooden chair and a small table, and behind them, a stone pensive basin, ancient and deep, that Harry recognized as the Wizengamot's official evidence viewer. He didn't sit. He stood in the center of the floor, Neville and Luna flanking him, and looked up at the assembled Wizengamot with an expression that dared them to start. Fudge started. He stood, cleared his throat with the pompous harumph that was apparently a required component of all his public performances, and addressed the chamber. This emergency session has been called to address the unauthorized breach of the Floo network that occurred 2 nights ago. A broadcast of unknown origin was transmitted through every connected fireplace in Wizarding Britain, constituting an unprecedented violation of the Floo Network Authority's security protocols. The Ministry, point of order. Amelia Bones's voice cut through Fudge's preamble like a blade through wet parchment. She stood from her seat in the second tier, her monocle catching the light. I have filed a countermotion to expand the scope of this session to include the ongoing DMLE investigation into the unlawful placement and subsequent abuse of a magical minor. As the content of the broadcast is directly relevant to this investigation, I move that both matters be heard together. Fudge's face reddened. That motion is out of order. The scope of an emergency session is determined by the Minister. The scope of an emergency session is determined by majority vote of the Wizengamot. Procedural Rules, Section 2, Paragraph 3. I call the vote. Fudge looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the chamber. Something passed between them, a silent negotiation, a calculation, and then Dumbledore said, in his quiet, carrying voice, the motion is properly filed. I call the vote. All in favor of expanding the scope. Hands went up. Harry counted. 37 out of 50. More than 2/3. The Malfoy faction, Lucius's allies, recognizable by their tight expressions and coordinated hesitation, kept their hands down, but they were a clear minority. The motion carries, Dumbledore said. Both matters will be heard. I also request that this session be conducted as an open hearing, Harry said. Every eye in the chamber turned to him. Fudge's mouth opened and closed several times, producing no sound. Umbridge's smile tightened until it resembled a surgical scar. As a witness, I have the right to request an open session under Section 4, Paragraph 7 of the Wizengamot's Procedural Rules, Harry continued. The request can only be denied by a 2/3 majority vote. Given the public interest in these proceedings, I believe transparency is appropriate. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression that was difficult to categorize, surprise, certainly, but also something that might have been pride, if pride could exist alongside the profound discomfort of watching your own failure get a public airing. The witness's request is procedurally valid, Dumbledore said. I call the vote. All in favor of denying the open session. 12 hands rose. The Malfoy faction, Fudge, Umbridge, a few others. Not close to 2/3. The request stands. Aurors, open the gallery. The doors at the back of the chamber swung wide, and the crowd that had been waiting in the corridor poured in, reporters, members of the public, ministry employees, all of them flooding the gallery benches that rose above the Wizengamot tiers. Harry heard the scratching of quick-quotes quills, the rustle of notebooks, the low murmur of hundreds of people settling in to watch. Fudge was the color of an overripe plum. He sat down heavily and gripped the arms of his chair. Amelia Bones rose again. Mr. Potter. You are here as a witness, not a defendant. You are under no obligation to answer any question that you find inappropriate or invasive. You are entitled to legal counsel if you wish it. I don't need counsel, Harry said. I'll speak for myself. Very well. For the record, would you confirm your identity and your current legal status? My name is Harry James Potter. I am 16 years old. I am the sole heir of the noble and most ancient house of Black, confirmed by Gringotts 3 days ago, which grants me the right of independent domicile and legal majority in matters of property and self-determination. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Several Wizengamot members exchanged glances. The Black inheritance, and its legal implications, was apparently news to some of them. Mr. Potter, 2 nights ago, a broadcast of memories was transmitted through the Floo network. Were you responsible for that broadcast? Yes. Would you explain, in your own words, what the broadcast contained? My memories. Unedited, unaltered, exactly as I experienced them. My childhood at number 4, Privet Drive, where I was placed by Albus Dumbledore on November 1, 1981, and where I lived, or survived, depending on your definition, for the following 10 years. And the content of those memories? You experienced them yourself, Madam Bones. Everyone in this room did. Harry looked up at the tiered benches, at the faces staring down at him, some sympathetic, some hostile, some carefully blank. But for the record, physical abuse by my Uncle Vernon Dursley, including beating severe enough to break bones. Starvation as punishment. Imprisonment in a cupboard under the stairs from infancy until age 11. Psychological abuse. Neglect. And, in my second year, imprisonment in a bedroom fitted with bars on the window, locks on the door, and a cat flap for food delivery. Silence. The kind of silence that has texture, thick and heavy and difficult to breathe through. Mr. Potter. A voice from the Wizengamot benches. Harry looked up. It was Griselda Marchbanks, ancient and formidable, the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority and a woman who had personally examined Dumbledore in his NEWTS. These memories. Can you confirm that they have not been altered, fabricated, or enhanced in any way? I can do more than confirm it. I can prove it. Harry turned to the pensive basin on the table behind him. I am prepared to submit my memories for examination in this pensive, in full view of the Wizengamot, under standard evidentiary protocols. If any member of this body believes the memories have been tampered with, they're welcome to enter the pensive and see for themselves. Altered memories have tells, blurred edges, inconsistent details, emotional flatness. Mine will have none of these, because they're real. More murmurs. Louder this time. Harry could see the calculation happening on faces throughout the chamber, the realization that he was not just willing to submit his memories, he was daring them to challenge their authenticity, and the only way to challenge was to enter the pensive and experience a child's abuse firsthand. Again. I object. Fudge was on his feet, his voice high and thin. This session was called to address the security breach, not to. We cannot allow a minor to dictate the proceedings. The witness has offered evidence, Amelia cut in. Under Wizengamot rules, any evidence offered by a witness in an open session must be accepted or formally rejected by vote. Would the minister like to put it to a vote whether the Wizengamot should refuse to examine evidence of child abuse? The question hung in the air like a guillotine blade. Fudge looked around the chamber, searching for allies, and found very few willing to meet his eyes. Even the Malfoy faction was still. Publicly voting to refuse evidence of child abuse, in an open session, with the gallery packed with reporters, that wasn't cowardice, that was political suicide. The evidence is accepted, Dumbledore said quietly from the Chief Warlock's chair. Mr. Potter, please proceed. Harry drew his wand. He touched it to his temple and withdrew a memory, a long, silver thread that glowed in the chamber's torchlight. He lowered it into the pensive, where it swirled and settled. This is the cupboard, he said. From age 18 months to age 11. 9.5 years. Anyone who wishes to verify its authenticity is welcome to view it. No one moved. 50 Wizengamot members sat on their benches and looked at the glowing pensive and did not move, because they'd already experienced the cupboard through the broadcast, and the thought of experiencing it again, in the heightened clarity of a pensive, was more than most of them could face. Amelia Bones stood, walked down from her bench, crossed the chamber floor, and leaned over the pensieve. Her face disappeared into the swirling silver surface. The chamber waited. 2 minutes passed. 3. Then Amelia straightened. Her face was the same, controlled, professional, but her hand, when she gripped the edge of the basin, was white-knuckled. "The memory is authentic," she said. Her voice was flat, the flatness of a woman exerting enormous control. Unaltered. No signs of tampering. The emotional content is consistent with genuine experience. This is a real memory of a real child in genuine distress. She turned to the Wizengamot. "I have examined hundreds of pensive memories in my career. I have never encountered one this clear or this painful. The evidence is incontrovertible." "Thank you, Madam Bones." Harry withdrew the memory from the pensieve and returned it to his temple. The chamber watched this with a kind of horrified fascination, the casual intimacy of a boy putting his worst memories back inside his head, the way you'd put keys back in your pocket. "Mr. Potter." Another voice from the benches. Elphia's Doge, Dumbledore's old friend, his face creased with something that looked like agony. "Who placed you with the Dursleys?" "Albus Dumbledore." Harry said it without looking at Dumbledore. He didn't need to. He could feel the old man's gaze like sunlight through a magnifying glass. "On the night of November 1st, 1981. He left me on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive in a blanket with a letter. I was 15 months old. And the reason for this placement?" Now Harry looked at Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore can answer that himself. He's here. He's under the same oath as everyone else in this chamber." A ripple ran through the Wizengamot. Every head turned to the Chief Warlock's chair. Dumbledore sat very still. "Chief Warlock," Amelia said, "the witness has deferred to you. Under Wizengamot protocols, you may respond or invoke your right to silence. However, I should note that invoking silence in the context of a child abuse investigation carries specific legal implications under the Magical Guardianship Act." The silence stretched. Harry watched Dumbledore's face and saw the moment the decision was made, a slight settling, an acceptance, the expression of a man stepping off a cliff because the ground beneath him has already crumbled. "I placed Harry with his aunt and uncle," Dumbledore said. His voice filled the chamber without effort. Petunia Dursley, née Evans, was Harry's mother's sister. Lily Potter's sacrifice, in dying to protect her son, created a blood protection that was anchored in the familial bond. As long as Harry could call his mother's blood's home his own, Voldemort could not touch him there. The protection was real. It was effective. It saved Harry's life on at least one occasion that I am certain of. "And the abuse?" Amelia pressed. "Were you aware of the conditions in the home?" "I was aware that the home was not welcoming. I was aware that Harry's relatives were unkind. I did not know the full extent of the physical abuse until," he paused. "Until 2 nights ago. But I knew enough. I knew the child was not happy. I knew the cupboard. I was told, and I chose to prioritize the blood protection over the child's immediate well-being." "You chose," Harry repeated from the chamber floor, and his voice cut through the vast space with a clarity that made people flinch. "You keep saying that. As if it was one choice, made once. But it wasn't, was it? It was a choice you made every year, every time you sent me back. 14 years of choosing." "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was barely above a whisper, but in the silent chamber, it carried to every ear. 14 years. The gallery erupted. Not in chaos, in sound. A wave of voices, shock and anger and grief, rising from the public benches like a physical force. Reporters scribbled furiously. Someone was crying. Several people were on their feet, shouting at the Wizengamot benches, demanding action. Amelia raised her wand. A crack like a thunderbolt restored order, though the tension in the room didn't diminish, it compressed, becoming denser, more volatile. The DMLE investigation will continue, Amelia said, her voice carrying over the residual murmur. Based on the testimony heard today, I am formally expanding the scope to include potential charges under the Magical Guardianship Act of 1762, the Child Welfare Statute of 1845, and the Oversight Mandate of the Aura Department. Albus Dumbledore is named as a person of interest in this investigation. Not as a suspect, at this time, but as a material witness whose testimony will be required under oath. Dumbledore inclined his head. I will cooperate fully. Furthermore, Amelia continued, based on Mr. Potter's confirmed inheritance of the Black estate and the legal protections afforded thereby, I am formally recognizing his right of independent domicile. No individual or institution may compel Mr. Potter to return to number more actions. Right, the next chapter now. Chapter 4, Fractures. The attack on Diagon Alley came 3 days after the Wisengamot session, and it came exactly the way Harry had predicted. He was in the study at Grimmauld Place, what had been Sirius's father's study, now repurposed into something between a war room and a research library, when Moody's Patronus burst through the wall. The silver form was indistinct, more force than shape, which told Harry that Moody had cast it while moving fast. Diagon Alley. 6, maybe 8 Death Eaters. Targeting shops. Civilians in the street. Ministry response is 10 minutes out. Harry was on his feet before the Patronus dissolved. His wand was already in his hand, it lived there now, tucked into a forearm holster that Moody had given him on his second day at Grimmauld Place, the kind of holster Oris wore in the field. He hit the hallway at a run. Neville. Luna. Neville emerged from the library, wand drawn, his face already set in that granite expression that transformed him. Luna appeared at the top of the stairs, her wand behind her ear, descending with the calm, measured pace of someone going for a walk rather than heading into combat. Death Eaters in Diagon Alley, Harry said. We're going. He didn't explain further. He didn't strategize or debate or wait for approval from adults who weren't there. Moody was already at the scene, Tonks was on duty at the ministry, Remus was in Yorkshire tracking a lead on another Horcrux. This was Harry's call, and he made it in the time it took to cross the kitchen. He grabbed a handful of Floo powder, threw it into the fire, and said, "Leaky cauldron." The pub was in chaos when he stepped out. Tables overturned, drinks spilled, patrons crowding toward the back exit or pressing against the walls. Through the archway that led to Diagon Alley, Harry could hear screaming and the sharp, percussive crack of spellfire. He didn't stop. He walked through the archway, tapped the bricks, they were already open, someone had left the passage wide, and stepped into Diagon Alley. The scene was ugly. Halfway down the cobblestone street, 3 shops were burning, Flourish and Blots, Madame Malkin's, and a smaller shop Harry didn't recognize. Thick black smoke rolled between the buildings, and through the smoke, figures in dark robes and silver masks moved with the casual, unhurried confidence of people who knew the authorities were minutes away and intended to do as much damage as possible in the interim. Harry counted. 7. No, 8, one more on a rooftop to the left, firing curses down into the street from an elevated position. Civilians were scattered everywhere, some running, some frozen, some crouched behind overturned carts and rubbish bins. A woman was screaming, clutching a child to her chest, backed against the wall of Gringotts. Harry's magic surged. He felt it rise from somewhere deep in his core, flooding through his limbs, sharpening his senses until the smoke was less opaque and the noise was less overwhelming and the chaos organized itself into a pattern he could read. 8 Death Eaters. 1 elevated. 7 on the ground. Civilians clustered in 3 main groups, near Gringotts, in the mouth of Nocturne Alley, and behind the wreckage of a cart near Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which was shuttered and dark. The Death Eaters were moving south, driving people toward the dead end near the Owl Emporium, hurting them. Neville, the one on the roof, Harry said. Luna, get the civilians near Gringotts into the bank. The goblins will protect them. And you? Neville asked. Harry was already walking forward, into the smoke, toward the 7 figures in dark robes. I'll handle the rest. He didn't run. He walked. The smoke parted around him, not naturally, but because his magic was pushing it aside, an unconscious extension of will that cleared a corridor of clean air between him and the nearest Death Eater. The Death Eater saw him. The silver mask turned, and behind it, Harry could see eyes widening with recognition. The scar. The glasses. The boy walking toward them through smoke and fire with his wand at his side and no fear in his face. Potter. The Death Eater raised his wand. Avada. Harry's shield was up before the first syllable was complete, not Protego, something else, something he'd been practicing in the basement of Grimmauld Place at 3 in the morning when the nightmares kept him up. A wall of compressed magic, dense as steel, that didn't just block curses but absorbed them. The killing curse hit the shield and detonated in a shower of green sparks that rained down on the cobblestones like toxic fireworks. The Death Eater staggered back. Harry didn't give him time to recover. He flicked his wand, a tight, efficient motion, nothing wasted, and a bolt of red light hit the Death Eater in the chest and sent him cartwheeling backward into the burning front of Flourish and Blots. The other 6 turned. 6 wands rose. 6 curses flew. Harry moved. It wasn't the frantic, desperate dodging of the Department of Mysteries. It wasn't the panicked survival of the graveyard. It was something new, fluid, controlled, almost graceful. He sidestepped one curse, batted another aside with a wandless flick of his left hand, shielded a third, ducked under a fourth, and returned fire with a chain of spells so fast that his wand hand blurred. 3 stunners. A body bind. A disarming charm that ripped the wand from a Death Eater's hand with enough force to break his fingers. 5 spells in under 2 seconds, each one hitting its target with a precision that spoke of something beyond practice, something instinctive, something that lived in his bones and his blood and the magic that had been building in him since the night he poured his memories into the Floo. 2 Death Eaters went down immediately. A third lost his wand and his nerve simultaneously, stumbling backward into the gutter. The remaining 3 spread out, trying to flank him, and Harry let them try because it didn't matter. His magic was singing now, a high, clear note that resonated with the ambient magic of Diagon Alley itself, the centuries of accumulated enchantment in the cobblestones and the buildings and the air, and he could feel all of it, could draw on it like a well that never ran dry. One of them, bigger than the others, moving with the brutal confidence of someone who relied on power rather than skill, raised his wand and cast something dark. Not a standard curse. Something purple and writhing that tore through the air with a sound like ripping cloth. Harry caught it. Not with a shield, with his hand. His left hand came up, palm out, and the curse struck it and stopped. He could feel it squirming against his skin, trying to burrow in, and he closed his fist and crushed it. The purple light winked out between his fingers. The Death Eater who'd cast it actually took a step back. "That's not possible," he said, his voice muffled behind the mask. "You'd be surprised what's possible," Harry said, and hit him with a stunner that blew through his hastily raised shield like paper. The 5th Death Eater turned and ran. Harry let him go, for about 3 steps, then petrified him with a casual flick that dropped the man face first onto the cobblestones. The 6th, the last one at street level, threw down his wand, ripped off his mask, and raised his hands. Harry recognized the face. Theodore Nott Sr. His expression was not defiant or fierce. It was terrified. Genuinely, abjectly terrified, the terror of a man who had just watched a teenage boy dismantle 6 of his colleagues in under a minute with the ease of someone swatting flies. "Don't," Nott whispered. "Please." Harry stared at him. The magic was still running hot, his pulse pounding with adrenaline and power, and there was a part of him, a dark, honest part, that wanted to keep going. That wanted to show this man what it felt like to be afraid and helpless and at someone else's mercy. The cupboard. The fists. The hunger. He could give that back. He could, he didn't. "On your knees," Harry said. "Hands behind your head." Nott complied instantly. Harry bound him with a flick, ropes coiling from his wand tip, tight and secure, and turned to check on the others. Above, on the rooftop, a flash of red light, Neville's stunner, hitting true. The elevated Death Eater toppled from the roof's edge, and Neville caught him with a levitation charm before he hit the ground, lowering him onto the cobblestones with a care that the man absolutely did not deserve, but that said everything about the person Neville was. Near Gringotts, Luna was herding the last of the civilians through the bank's great bronze doors, assisted by 2 goblin guards who had emerged with pikes and expressions of extreme displeasure at the disruption of business. 8 Death Eaters. All down. Time elapsed, maybe 90 seconds. Harry stood in the middle of Diagon Alley with smoke curling around his feet and the fires still burning and the street littered with unconscious or bound figures in dark robes, and he became aware, gradually, that he was being watched. People were emerging from hiding. From behind carts and inside shops and from the mouth of Nocturne Alley, they crept forward, staring at the scene, at the 8 fallen Death Eaters, at the 2 teenagers and the girl with radish earrings who had stopped them, at the boy with the scar who was standing at the center of it all, not even breathing hard. A man Harry didn't know, middle-aged, heavy-set, bleeding from a cut on his forehead, stepped forward. "You're Harry Potter." "Yeah. Those were Death Eaters. 8 of them. I can count." The man stared at him. Then he turned to the woman beside him and said, in a voice that carried across the sudden silence of the street, "That's the boy from the broadcast. The one in the cupboard. That's him." The murmur started low and built, not applause this time, not like the Wisengamot Gallery. Something else. Something that sounded like the first stirrings of belief. Not belief in a symbol or a prophecy, but belief in a person. A real person, scarred and angry and powerful, who showed up when it mattered. Harry didn't linger. He could hear the cracks of apparition that meant the Ministry's response team was finally arriving, and he had no interest in being photographed or interrogated or turned into a talking point. He turned to Neville and Luna, jerked his head toward the leaky cauldron, and they left. They walked back through the pub, which had calmed somewhat, and fled back to Grimmauld Place. Harry landed in the kitchen and stood there for a moment, his hands braced on his knees, breathing. "Harry." Neville was watching him with careful eyes. "You caught that curse. With your hand." "Yeah." Wandlessly. It's been building. Since the broadcast. Since Sirius." Harry straightened. "I don't fully understand it yet. But the magic's different now. Stronger. More responsive. It's like something was bottled up for 15 years and when I let those memories out, the bottle broke." "That's not how magic usually works," Neville said, not challengingly, just observationally. "Nothing about my life usually works." Luna, who had been examining a scratch on her elbow with the detached interest of a naturalist studying a new species, looked up. "Emotional suppression compresses magical cores. It's well documented in Scandinavian magical theory, though British wizards tend to ignore it because it suggests that feelings are important, which makes them uncomfortable." Harry looked at her. "Is that real or is that a Luna thing?" "Both. The Scandinavians have done extensive research. Children who experience prolonged trauma often develop compressed cores that expand dramatically when the trauma is processed. Daddy published an article about it in the Quibbler 3 years ago. Nobody read it." "I read it," Neville said quietly. Harry sat down. His hands were starting to shake, not from fear, but from the adrenaline crash, the body's belated realization that it had just been through something extreme. He flexed his fingers and watched the faint shimmer of residual magic play across his knuckles. 8 Death Eaters, he said. They weren't A-list. Not Senior was the most prominent. The rest were lower tier, muscle, not brains. Voldemort sent a B-team. To test the waters, Neville said. To test me. He wanted to see how I'd respond. Whether I'd hide behind the Order, behind the Ministry, or whether I'd come myself. Harry paused. Now he knows. And that's good. It's information. For both sides. He knows I'll fight, and I know he's probing. Harry leaned back in his chair. But the attack itself, the timing, the target. He hit Diagon Alley 3 days after the Wisengamot session. 3 days after the biggest political upheaval in a decade. He wants to remind people that while they're busy being outraged about my childhood, he's still out there. He's trying to make the broadcast seem like a distraction. Is it working? Not if we don't let it. Harry stood, restless, pacing the kitchen with the coiled energy of someone whose body was still running on combat chemicals. We need to move faster on the Horcruxes. Every day we spend on politics is a day Voldemort uses to consolidate. Remus is tracking the ring in Little Hangleton. Dumbledore thinks the cup is in a Gringotts vault, Bellatrix Lestrange's. And there's something at Hogwarts, something connected to Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's diadem, Luna said. Harry stopped pacing. What? The lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. It's been missing for centuries. If Voldemort wanted to use a Hogwarts founder's artifact as a Horcrux, and he'd already used Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup, the diadem would be the obvious choice for Ravenclaw. Do you know where it is? No. But I know someone who might. The Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw's ghost. She's the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower. She doesn't talk to most people, but she might talk to me. We're both a bit odd. Luna said this with the absolute absence of self-consciousness that was her particular superpower. Then we're going to Hogwarts. Harry turned to Neville. Can you handle things here if I go with Luna? I've got Moody and Tonks. We'll hold the fort. Harry grabbed his cloak, the invisibility cloak, folded inside a pocket of the Black family robes. He'd started carrying it everywhere. Luna. How do you feel about an unauthorized visit to Hogwarts in the middle of the afternoon? Thrilled, Luna said, and meant it. They took the Floo to Hogsmeade, the Hog's Head, specifically, because Aberforth Dumbledore's fireplace was the one most likely to let them through without ministry monitoring. Aberforth was behind the bar when they emerged, polishing glasses with the automatic, meditative rhythm of a man who had been polishing glasses for longer than Harry had been alive. He looked at Harry. He looked at Luna. He looked at the soot on their robes and the wands in their hands and the particular set of Harry's jaw. Going to the school? Aberforth said. Yeah. My brother no. No. Aberforth grunted. It was, Harry was beginning to understand, his primary form of communication, a versatile sound that could express approval, disapproval, resignation, amusement, or general contempt for the state of the world, depending on inflection. This particular grunt was approval. Passage behind the portrait of Ariana, Aberforth said, nodding toward the back room. Goes to the 7th floor. Comes out near the room of requirement. Harry paused. There's a secret passage from the Hog's Head to Hogwarts. There's a secret everything to Hogwarts if you know where to look. My brother built himself a castle full of secrets and then acted surprised when other people found them. Another grunt. Go. I'll keep an eye on the bar. The passage was narrow and long, angling upward through the earth beneath Hogsmeade and the Hogwarts grounds. Harry and Luna walked in silence for a while, their wandlights bobbing ahead of them, the stone walls close and cool. Harry, Luna said, after they'd been walking for several minutes. Yeah. In Diagon Alley. When you had not on the ground. You wanted to hurt him. It wasn't a question. Harry kept walking. I didn't, he said. No. But you wanted to. I could see it. Yeah. I wanted to. The honesty came easier than he expected. With Luna, it usually did. There's a part of me that, when I'm in that state, when the magic is running that hot, there's a voice that sounds a lot like the part of Voldemort in my scar, and it says, make them feel what you felt. And I have to choose not to listen. That must be exhausting. It is. But you choose. Every time. Every time. Luna was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "That's the difference, you know. Between you and him. Not the prophecy, not the scar, not the power. The choosing." They emerged through a portrait hole into a corridor on the 7th floor of Hogwarts. The castle was summer quiet, no students, skeleton staff, the halls echoing with the ambient magic that made Hogwarts feel less like a building and more like a living thing. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over both of them. It was a tight fit, but Luna was small and Harry was thin, and they managed, walking close together through the corridors, their footsteps silent on the stone. "Ravenclaw Tower," Luna whispered. "The entrance is on the 5th floor." They made their way down, passing empty classrooms and silent portraits, most of them dozing in the afternoon heat. The castle seemed to recognize Harry, or maybe it was the cloak, or the magic, or some combination, because every locked door they encountered clicked open as they approached, and every staircase moved to accommodate their direction. Ravenclaw Tower was guarded by an eagle-shaped door knocker that asked a riddle instead of requiring a password. The knocker seemed unbothered by the fact that its questioners were invisible. "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" "A human," Luna said. "Though the riddle is rather biased against centaurs, who walk on 4 legs throughout." The knocker considered this acceptable, it said, and the door swung open. Ravenclaw Tower's common room was circular and airy, with arched windows that looked out over the mountains and a ceiling painted with stars. It was empty. But at the far end of the room, hovering near a bookshelf with the translucent, pearlescent glow of a Hogwarts ghost, was a woman. She was tall and thin, with waist-length hair and a face that might have been beautiful if it weren't so deeply, permanently sad. She wore robes of a style that hadn't been fashionable for a millennium, and she regarded Harry and Luna, who had pulled off the cloak, with the wary, wounded eyes of someone who had been betrayed often enough to expect it. "Helena," Luna said softly. The Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena, dead for 1,000 years, floated closer. Her gaze moved from Luna to Harry, and something flickered in her expression. Recognition, but not of his face. Of something deeper. "You," she said. Her voice was like wine through empty rooms. "You carry something that belongs to him." Harry touched his scar without thinking. "You can sense it." "I can sense the taint. The corruption. I have felt it before." Her face twisted with an old anger. "He came to me, years ago. A young man, handsome, charming. He asked about my mother's diadem. He said he wanted to preserve it, honor it. I was a fool. I told him where I'd hidden it." "Where?" Harry asked. "In a forest in Albania. I hid it there after I stole it from my mother. 1,000 years of guilt, and he undid it with a smile." Helena's ghostly form shimmered with emotion. "He found it. He corrupted it. He turned my mother's legacy into a vessel for his evil. And then he brought it back to Hogwarts," Harry said. It made sense, Voldemort's obsession with the school, his desire to teach here, his connection to the castle. Where better to hide a piece of your soul than in the place you considered your true home? "The room of requirement," Helena said. "He hid it there, during his interview with Dumbledore for the defense against the dark arts position. I felt it enter the castle. I have felt it every day since, a splinter in the walls, a corruption in the stones." Harry looked at Luna. Luna looked at Harry. "The room of requirement is on the 7th floor," Luna said. "We passed right by it." They left Helena Ravenclaw in her tower and climbed back to the 7th floor, moving faster now, the invisibility cloak abandoned in Harry's pocket because speed mattered more than stealth. The corridor with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy was empty. Harry walked past the blank stretch of wall 3 times, thinking, "I need the room where things are hidden. I need the room where things are hidden. I need the room where things are hidden." A door materialized. He opened it. The room of hidden things was a cathedral of junk. Mountains of discarded objects stretched in every direction, broken furniture, old broomsticks, crates of bottles, piles of books, a stuffed troll, a rusted suit of armor, a cabinet that hummed ominously, 10,000 years of Hogwarts students hiding things they didn't want found. "This is going to take a while," Harry muttered. "No, it won't." Luna was standing very still, her head tilted, her eyes half closed. "I can feel it." "Can't you?" Harry stopped. Closed his eyes. Reached out with the same sense that let him feel the wards of Grimmauld Place, the same instinct that had guided him through the Diagon Alley fight. The ambient magic of the room was overwhelming, centuries of accumulated enchantments, curses, protections, all layered on top of each other like geological strata. But underneath it all, he felt it. The pulse. The same cold, alien heartbeat he'd felt from the locket. Distant, muffled by the intervening junk, but unmistakable. "This way," he said, and began to pick his way through the maze of discarded objects. It took 20 minutes of careful navigation, climbing over furniture and squeezing through gaps between towering piles of forgotten things. The pulse grew stronger as they moved deeper into the room, and Harry's scar began to prickle, not painfully, not yet, but with an awareness that set his teeth on edge. He found it on a bust of an ugly warlock, sitting casually among a pile of old wigs and tarnished jewelry, as if it were just another piece of junk. But it wasn't. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem was tarnished and corroded, its beauty eaten away by the dark magic that had been forced into it, but the shape was still recognizable, a delicate circlet of silver set with a sapphire, inscribed with the words "With beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Harry reached for it. His scar flared, not the blinding agony of Voldemort's active presence, but a deep, resonant ache, the piece of soul behind his forehead recognizing a sibling fragment. His hand closed around the diadem and the cold pulse beat against his palm. "Harry." Luna's voice was sharp. "Your scar." "I know." He could feel it, the connection opening, Voldemort's fragment reaching for Ravenclaw's fragment, trying to communicate, trying to alert. He slammed his occlumency walls down with every ounce of will he possessed. "We need to destroy this. Now. Before he feels it." He didn't have the sword, that was at Grimmauld Place, with Neville. But he had something else. Something he'd been carrying since the Chamber of Secrets, tucked into the bottom of his trunk, wrapped in a piece of dragon hide. He'd transferred it to the pocket of the Black family robes 2 days ago, on an instinct he hadn't been able to explain. A basilisk fawn. One of the spares he'd pulled from the dead serpent's mouth in second year, before the phoenix tears had healed the wound in his arm. He'd kept it. He didn't know why. Now he knew. He pulled the fong from his pocket, set the diadem on the stone floor, and drove the fong into the sapphire with both hands. The reaction was violent. Worse than the locket, because the diadem had been stewing in the room of requirement for decades, absorbing the ambient magic of Hogwarts, growing stronger. The sapphire cracked and a wave of darkness exploded outward, not smoke but something denser, something that screamed, and from the screaming darkness, shapes formed, Harry's face, twisted and cruel, Voldemort's red eyes superimposed over his features, a voice whispering, "You are nothing, you are a container, you are a cupboard for my soul, I am not your cupboard," Harry said through gritted teeth, and he twisted the fong, and the sapphire shattered, and the darkness shrieked and convulsed. And died. The diadem lay on the floor in 2 pieces, blackened and inert. The pulse was gone. Harry was on his knees, gasping. His scar was burning, really burning now, a white-hot line of pain that told him Voldemort had felt that, even through the occlumency walls, even across whatever distance separated them. The Dark Lord knew. He knew a Horcrux had been destroyed, and he would be checking the others. "We need to go," Harry said, grabbing the destroyed diadem. He wanted it, proof, evidence, a trophy. "We need to go now." They ran. Back through the room of hidden things, back into the corridor, down the stairs, through the halls of the sleeping castle. Harry's scar was a continuous line of fire, Voldemort's rage pressing against his mind like a battering ram, and he held the walls and ran. They burst into the Hog's Head through the portrait passage, startling Aberforth, who dropped a glass and swore. Harry didn't stop to apologize. He grabbed Luna's arm, pulled her to the fireplace, threw in the powder, and shouted, "Grimmauld Place." The green fire took them. They landed in the kitchen, and Harry immediately felt the wards close around him like a fist, the protections of the Black family home, ancient and powerful, sealing off the Floo connection behind them. Neville was there. Moody was there. Tonks was there. They took one look at Harry's face, the sweat, the bleeding scar, the destroyed diadem clutched in his hand, and reacted with the coordinated efficiency of people who had been preparing for exactly this kind of moment. Horcrux. Moody barked. Destroyed. Harry set the diadem on the table next to the ruined locket. That's 3, diary, locket, diadem. Ring still out there. Cups in Bellatrix's vault. And, he touched his scar. And me. The room went quiet. You, Tonks said carefully. The scar. There's a fragment of Voldemort's soul in my scar. Dumbledore told me. I wasn't ready to tell you before. I'm telling you now. He looked around the room, at the faces of the people he'd chosen, and waited for the fear. The revulsion. The recalculation. Neville spoke first. So we'll get it out. Neville, it's not that simple. Nobody knows how, then we'll figure it out. We figured out the locket. We figured out the diadem. We'll figure this out too. Neville's voice was the voice of bedrock. You're not a Horcrux, Harry. You're a person with a Horcrux stuck to you. There's a difference. A significant one, Luna agreed. Like the difference between a house and a parasite living in the house. You don't burn the house down to kill the parasite. You find the parasite and you evict it. Evict it, Harry repeated, and despite everything, the burning scar, the volcanic rage pressing against his mental walls, the knowledge that Voldemort was at this very moment checking his remaining Horcruxes and would soon realize how many were gone, despite all of it, he laughed. I like that, he said. Eviction. Moody was less amused. His magical eye had fixed on Harry's scar with an intensity that suggested he was seeing something on a spectrum invisible to normal eyes. The soul fragment. Does it communicate with the main soul? Can Voldemort see through you? He can, sometimes. Dreams, visions, emotional bleed through when one of us is feeling something strongly. I've been using a clemency to block it, but it's not perfect. Just now, when we destroyed the diadem, he felt it. He's angry. Harry paused. Extremely angry. Then he'll retaliate. Fast. Check the remaining Horcruxes, and when he finds them gone, he'll come for you. Let him, Harry said, and there was something in his voice that made Moody's magical eye stop spinning. I'm tired of waiting for him to make the first move. 3 Horcruxes down. 2 to go, plus the fragment in me. We're winning, Moody. For the first time in this war, we're actually winning. Don't get cocky, Potter. Cocky gets you killed. Careful gets you killed too. Just slower. Moody stared at him. Then the scarred face cracked into something that was definitely, unmistakably a grin. Your father said something very similar to me once. Right before he did something monumentally stupid that happened to work. Must be genetic. The mirror buzzed. Harry grabbed it. Fred's face appeared, and he looked shaken, not the playful, exaggerated alarm that Fred usually affected, but genuine distress. Harry. Death Eaters just hit the burrow. The kitchen went cold. What? Ron. Ginny. Molly. Arthur. Harry's hand tightened on the mirror until the glass creaked. When? Is everyone's fine. Dad was at work, Mum and Ginny fought them off, yeah, you heard me, Mum and Ginny, don't ask me how. Mum hit one with a garden gnome and Ginny's bat bogey hex has apparently evolved into something that should probably be classified as a war crime. But the house is damaged. They burned the top floor. This is retaliation, Harry said. For Diagon Alley, for the Horcruxes, for all of it. He's hitting people connected to me. Then he'll hit more, Moody said from behind him. The Grangers. The Longbottoms. Anyone publicly associated with you. Harry's mind was racing. He could feel the threads of the situation pulling tight, converging toward a point that he could sense but not yet see. Voldemort was accelerating. The Horcrux losses had rattled him, and a rattled Voldemort was both more dangerous and more reckless. Neville, contact your grandmother. Get her to a safe location. Luna, your father too. Fred, I need you and George to secure your shop and then bring your family here. Grimmauld Place is the safest location in Britain right now. The wards are Black family ancient magic, reinforced by me. Nobody's getting through them. Harry, we can't fit the entire Weasley family in. This house has 14 bedrooms, a library, 3 parlors, a ballroom, and a basement the size of a Quidditch pitch. Yes, we can. He's not wrong, Tonks said, looking around as if seeing the house's potential for the first time. 1 hour, Harry told Fred. Get everyone here. I'm lowering the wards for Weasley family members specifically. Bring Hermione too if you can reach her. Already on it. George is fluing the Grangers now. Harry cut the connection and turned to the room. Moody, I need you at the Ministry. Talk to Amelia Bones. If Voldemort's escalating, she needs to know, and she needs to mobilize the Aurors. Not the political Aurors, the real ones. Shacklebolt and Dawlish's teams. I know which ones. Tonks, go with him. You're the link between us and the DMLE. Whatever Bones needs from us, we provide. Whatever we need from her, you negotiate. Tonks nodded, her hair shifting to a fierce, electric blue. She and Moody left through the Floo, moving with the crisp urgency of professionals who had been given clear orders by someone they trusted. Harry sat down. The kitchen was quieter now, just him, Neville, and Luna, the destroyed Horcruxes on the table, the afternoon light fading toward evening. He's going to come at us with everything, Harry said. The attacks on Diagon Alley, the Burrow, those are probes. Tests. He's mapping our response, our capabilities. When he's ready, he'll hit us with the full force of his army. Where? Neville asked. The Ministry. It's the symbolic target, the seat of government, the institution that's investigating Dumbledore, the place where the Wisengamot voted to support me. If he can take the Ministry, he takes the country. When? Soon. Days, maybe. He can't afford to wait. Every day we're free, we're hunting Horcruxes. Every Horcrux we destroy makes him weaker, more mortal. He needs to end this before we finish the job. The Floo flared green. Ginny Weasley stepped out, soot-streaked and furious, her wand still in her hand and her hair singed on one side. Behind her came Molly, Arthur, Ron, and Hermione in rapid succession, the Weasley household decanting into the Grimmauld Place kitchen like a red-haired avalanche. Harry James Potter, Ginny said, striding across the kitchen, grabbing him by the front of his robes, and pulling him into a hug so fierce it bordered on assault. You absolute idiot. You fought 8 Death Eaters alone. I had Neville and Luna. You fought 8 Death Eaters mostly alone while we sat at home watching the house burn. She pulled back, her brown eyes blazing. Never again. You hear me? I'm not sitting this out anymore. Ginny, I bat bogey hex 2 Death Eaters today. Full-grown Death Eaters. One of them was Yaxley. Do you know how big Yaxley is? He cried, Harry. An actual Death Eater cried because of my hex. So don't you dare tell me I'm too young or it's too dangerous. Harry looked at her, the singed hair, the soot, the absolutely ferocious determination, and felt something warm cut through the cold stone in his chest. Not a crack this time. A door opening. "I wasn't going to tell you that," he said. "I was going to ask if you can teach me the hex." Ginny blinked. Then she grinned, a wild, fierce, Weasley grin. "Deal." Behind her, Molly was looking at Harry with the expression of a woman who had spent 3 days drowning in guilt and had just watched her youngest child come home from a battle she shouldn't have had to fight. She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, before she could speak. "I got your letter." "Thank you. I know you're sorry. I know you love me. I need you to stop being sorry and start being useful, because there's a war on and I need every fighter I can get." Molly Weasley, who had faced boggarts and dark wizards and 7 children and had never once been speechless, was speechless. Then something shifted in her face. The guilt didn't disappear, but it was joined by something harder, something that looked like the Molly Weasley who would one day duel Bellatrix Lestrange to the death. "Tell me what you need," she said. "I need the best cook in Britain to feed an army. Because that's what this house is about to become." The house filled up. Fred and George arrived with crates of products from their shop, not jokes, or not just jokes. Modified shield hats that could block minor curses. Decoy detonators that could create diversions. Peruvian instant darkness powder that could cover a retreat. A prototype communication device based on the modified Floo powder, a small, earpiece-sized nugget that allowed short-range voice communication without wands. "We've been developing these since the DA," George said, laying them out on the kitchen table. Figured the market for magical military communications was about to explode. "Figuratively and literally," Fred added. Hermione arrived through the Floo, her parents having been evacuated to a safe house arranged by Kingsley. She took one look at the organized chaos of Grimmauld Place, the Horcrux remains on the table, the maps on the walls, the flow of people moving with purpose, and immediately found a role. Within an hour, she had reorganized the library, cross-referenced every source on Horcruxes with every source on soul magic, and produced a 12-page preliminary report on potential methods for removing a soul fragment without destroying the host. "There's a ritual," she said, pushing the report across the table to Harry. "Ancient Egyptian. Predates modern warding by 2,000 years. It was designed for exactly this, removing parasitic soul attachments. It's complex, it requires specific conditions, and it hasn't been performed in recorded history. But the theory is sound." Harry read the report. The ritual required a convergence of magical energies, multiple powerful witches and wizards channeling their magic through a central focus point, to essentially overwhelm and eject the foreign soul fragment. It was dangerous. It was untested. And it required the host to willingly open their mind to the process, to lower every defense and allow the combined magic to reach the fragment. "This could kill me," Harry said. "So could the fragment," Hermione replied. "So could Voldemort. So could crossing the street, at this point. The question isn't whether it's dangerous. The question is whether it's less dangerous than the alternative. Which is dying with a piece of his soul still in my head." "Yes." Harry set the report down. Through the kitchen door, he could hear the sounds of Grimmauld Place coming alive, Molly commanding the kitchen, the twins setting up equipment in the drawing room, Moody's voice from the floor reporting intelligence from the Ministry, Ginny and Neville practicing combat spells in the basement. This house. This mad, haunted, dark, magnificent house that had been a prison for Sirius and was becoming a fortress for Harry. Filled with people who had chosen to be here. Chosen him. "We'll do the ritual," Harry said. "After the cup. After the ring. When the only Horcrux left is the one in my head, we'll do the ritual, and we'll do it together." Hermione nodded. Her eyes were bright with the particular intensity that meant she was already planning, already researching, already mapping the path from impossible to inevitable. The evening deepened. Grimmauld Place hummed with activity, with purpose, with the particular energy of people preparing for something they know is coming and have decided to meet head-on rather than hide from. Harry stood at the kitchen window, looking out at the dark garden, and felt the ward's pulse around him, strong and steady, the heartbeat of a house that had found its purpose. His house. His people. His war. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was raging. 3 Horcruxes gone. His immortality crumbling. The boy he tried to kill as a baby was hunting him down piece by piece, and the world that had once feared to speak his name was starting to stand up. The cold stone in Harry's chest was warm now. Not gone, he didn't think it would ever be entirely gone. But warm. A foundation, not a weight. Something to build on. A knock at the kitchen door. He turned. Severus Snape stood in the doorway. He looked terrible. Not in the usual sense, Snape always looked somewhat terrible, in the gaunt, greasy, dramatically underfed way that was as much a part of his aesthetic as the black robes. This was different. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in days, whose face had been carved thinner by something more corrosive than insomnia. His dark eyes, usually glittering with contempt or cold intelligence, were flat. Burned out. "Professor," Harry said carefully. "Moody let me through. I told him I had intelligence on the Dark Lord's movements." Snape paused. "That's true. But it's not why I'm here." Harry waited. Snape stepped into the kitchen. He looked around, at the Horcrux remains on the table, at the maps on the walls, at the controlled chaos of a house at war, and something crossed his face that might have been surprise if he'd been a man who allowed surprise. "I saw your broadcast," Snape said. His voice was low, controlled, the voice of a man choosing every word with surgical precision. "I experienced it. The cupboard. The hunger. The broken ribs. I know. You don't know." Snape's eyes fixed on Harry's, and for once, there was no legitimacy in the gaze, just raw, unshielded human contact. "You don't know what it was like for me, specifically, because you don't know what I grew up in. My father. Tobias Snape. He was a muggle who married a witch and hated her for it, and he took that hatred out on both of us, my mother and me, for 17 years. Harry was very still. "I grew up in a cupboard too, Potter. Not literally, it was a closet, under the stairs in a house in Spinner's End that was not so different from your relative's house. Different curtains. Same locks. Same fists." Snape's jaw was tight. "When I came to Hogwarts and met your father, I saw a boy who had everything I didn't, wealth, confidence, friends, a family that loved him, and I hated him for it. And when I met you, I saw James Potter's face and I decided, before you ever spoke a word, that you were him. Spoiled. Arrogant. Beloved. I wasn't any of those things. No. You weren't. You were me. And I couldn't see it because seeing it would have meant," he stopped. His mouth worked. The mask of Severus Snape, the impenetrable facade of the cruelest teacher at Hogwarts, was cracking, and underneath it was a man in more pain than he could contain. It would have meant admitting that I had spent 5 years tormenting a child who was living the same life I had lived. That I had become, in the one way that mattered, my father. The kitchen was very quiet. From elsewhere in the house, the sounds of activity continued, muffled by distance and closed doors, but in this room, there was only the sound of a man disassembling himself. "I'm not asking for your forgiveness," Snape said. "I don't deserve it and we both know it. I'm telling you this because you showed the world your truth, and it made me look at mine, and mine is, it's inexcusable. What I did to you is inexcusable." Harry looked at him for a long time. At the lank hair and the sallow skin and the dark eyes that were, for the first time in his experience, completely unguarded. He saw Snape, really saw him, not the caricature, not the villain, not the bully, but the person underneath. A man who had grown up in a closet and come out swinging in all the wrong directions. "You're right," Harry said. "It's inexcusable. Snape's face tightened. But I'm not interested in holding grudges. I've got a war to fight, and grudges are weight I can't afford. Harry leaned against the counter. You said you have intelligence. The transition was jarring, emotional devastation to operational briefing in 5 words, but Snape seized it with the desperate efficiency of a man thrown a rope. The Dark Lord is planning an assault on the Ministry. Within the week. He's mobilizing his full force, Death Eaters, Giants, Dementors. The goal is to take the Ministry building and install a puppet government. How many? 40 to 50 Death Eaters. A dozen Giants. Unknown number of Dementors, they've been breeding. Defenses? The Ministry has standard wards, plus whatever Bones has added since taking operational control. Auror force is approximately 60, of which perhaps 40 are combat-ready. Dumbledore has offered the Order's remaining members, but the Order's fractured and Dumbledore's political capital is spent. Harry nodded. What about inside? Informants, infiltrators. The Dark Lord has people in several departments. Thickness, in magical transportation. Yaxley, in magical law enforcement, though Yaxley may be reconsidering his allegiance after today's encounter with Miss Weasley's hex. A flicker crossed Snape's face that might have been amusement. Rookwood, in the Department of Mysteries. And you. And me. Whose side are you on, Snape? The question landed between them. Snape met Harry's gaze, and the burned-out look in his eyes was replaced, for a moment, by something fierce. Something that was both old and entirely new. Yours, he said. Not Dumbledore's. Not the Order's. Yours. Because you're the only person in this war who's told the truth, all of it, about yourself, about everything, and you're still standing. I've spent 20 years lying. I'm done. Harry studied him. The magic humming in his bones wasn't just power, it was perception, a heightened awareness of intent and sincerity that went beyond legitimacy. He could feel Snape's words the way he could feel the wards. And they were true. Fractured and desperate and complicated, but true. Then sit down, Harry said. We've got planning to do. Snape sat. Harry pulled a map of the Ministry across the table, and for the next 2 hours, the boy who lived and the man who had tormented him for 5 years bent over it together, marking entry points and defensive positions and evacuation routes, building a battle plan with the focused, furious efficiency of 2 people who had wasted too much time already and were determined not to waste any more. The house filled. The plans formed. The night deepened. And in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, surrounded by allies who had come to him freely, building the defense of a world that was only beginning to understand what it owed its children, Harry Potter felt the last of the cold stone in his chest crack open and dissolve, replaced by something new. Not warmth, exactly. Not peace. Something harder, sharper, more resilient. Purpose. He had a Horcrux in his head and a war at his door and a Dark Lord coming with everything he had. But Harry also had this, a house full of people who had seen his worst and stayed, a plan that was crazy enough to work, and a power that was still growing, still unfolding, still becoming whatever it was going to become. He wasn't afraid. He was ready. Chapter 5, The Fire. Next time the morning of the battle dawned clear and still, the kind of June morning that seemed engineered to mock the violence about to unfold beneath it. London's sky was a pale, washed blue, the sun already warm at 7 o'clock, and somewhere above the invisible roofline of Grimmauld Place, a blackbird was singing with the obnoxious optimism of a creature that had no idea what was coming. Harry had been awake since 4. Not from anxiety, from readiness. His body had woken him the way it had woken him before the third task, before the Department of Mysteries, before every moment in his life when something massive was approaching and his instincts decided that sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. He'd lain in bed for 20 minutes, staring at the ceiling, feeling the magic pulse through him in steady waves, and then he'd gotten up and gone downstairs. The kitchen was already occupied. Molly was at the stove, because Molly Weasley's response to existential crisis was to cook, and the smell of bacon and eggs and toast filled the room with a warmth that was almost cruel in its domesticity. Moody sat at the table cleaning his wand with a cloth, his movements automatic, the practiced ritual of a man who had cleaned his wand before 100 fights and planned to clean it after 100 more. Snape was in the corner with a cup of black coffee, his face the color of old parchment, reviewing the intelligence reports that had come in overnight through channels Harry didn't ask about. "It's today," Snape said without preamble as Harry entered. "My contact inside confirmed an hour ago. Full mobilization. They're staging in the abandoned warehouses in Wapping. Assault begins at noon." Noon. Harry poured himself tea. He wants maximum occupancy in the building. Maximum chaos. Maximum spectacle, Moody corrected. The Dark Lord's always been a showman. He wants the world to watch him take the ministry. Then we'll give him a show. Harry sat down, wrapping his hands around the mug. But not the one he's expecting. Over the next 2 hours, Grimmauld Place became a staging ground. They arrived in ones and twos and small groups, the people Harry had gathered, the network he'd built in the 10 days since the broadcast. Kingsley Shacklebolt came through the Floo at 8, his deep voice carrying operational updates from Amelia Bones, who had been alerted and was quietly reinforcing the Ministry's defenses without alerting the infiltrators Snape had identified. Tonks arrived in Auror combat robes, her hair a short, spiky crimson that made her look like a lit match. Remus came from Yorkshire with news about the ring. He'd located the Gaunt shack but hadn't been able to retrieve it yet, which meant one Horcrux remained in the field, plus the fragment in Harry's scar. The Weasleys mobilized like the family army they'd always been. Arthur headed to the Ministry early, taking up a position in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office where he could monitor internal movements without attracting attention. Fred and George distributed their communication earpieces, tiny, flesh-colored nuggets that fit inside the ear canal and allowed whispered conversation across distances. Ron, who had spent the past week training with a focus and intensity that had surprised everyone including himself, checked and rechecked his wand with the same mechanical precision as Moody. Ginny found Harry in the study, where he was going over the Ministry floor plans one last time. She closed the door behind her and leaned against it, arms crossed, watching him. "You're doing that thing," she said. "What thing?" "The thing where you try to carry everything alone and don't realize you're doing it." Harry looked up from the maps. Ginny was dressed for combat, dark robes, hair tied back, wand holstered at her hip in one of Moody's spare rigs. She looked like a person who had decided, with absolute clarity, where she was going to be today and what she was going to do when she got there. "I'm not carrying it alone," he said. "That's the whole point of this. All of this, the broadcast, the Wizengamot, building the team. I did it so I wouldn't have to carry it alone. Then stop looking at those maps like you're memorizing them in case everyone else dies and you have to do it yourself." He stared at her. Then he put down the maps. "You're annoyingly perceptive," he said. "Runs in the family. Mum can tell which of us is lying from 3 rooms away." Ginny crossed the study and sat on the edge of the desk, close enough that her knee brushed his arm. "Harry. Whatever happens today. I need you to know something." "Ginny, shut up and let me talk." Her voice was firm, but her eyes were soft, and the combination was doing something to Harry's chest that had nothing to do with cold stones or war or Horcruxes. "I've been watching you for 6 years. Not the boy who lived, you. The real one. The one who gave his Triwizard winnings to Fred and George. The one who taught a bunch of students to defend themselves when the Ministry wouldn't. The one who walked into the Department of Mysteries for Sirius and walked into Diagon Alley for strangers and walked into the Wizengamot and told the truth because someone had to." "Ginny. I'm not finished." Her hand found his on the desk, her fingers lacing through his with a firmness that was both gentle and immovable. "You showed the world your worst. Your cupboard, your scars, all of it. And you think that makes you broken, or damaged, or less. But it doesn't. It makes you the bravest person I've ever known. And whatever happens today, I wanted you to hear that from someone who means it. Harry looked at their intertwined hands. At her face, fierce and open and unflinching. At the girl who had been possessed by Tom Riddle's diary at 11 and had come out the other side with a fire in her that nothing could extinguish. When this is over, he said. When Voldemort's gone and the war's done and we're not about to walk into a battle. I'd like to take you to dinner. Ginny smiled. It was a real smile, warm and bright and slightly dangerous, the smile of a Weasley who had just gotten exactly what she wanted. I'll hold you to that, Potter. I'm counting on it. She squeezed his hand once, hard, and then stood and left the study, because they both understood that there would be time for everything else later, and right now there was a war to finish. Harry gathered everyone in the kitchen at 10 o'clock. The room was full, every chair taken, people leaning against walls and counters and the stove, a crowd of faces that looked back at him with expressions ranging from grim determination to calm resolve to barely controlled terror. He stood at the head of the table, the Ministry floor plan spread before him, and laid it out. Voldemort hits the Ministry at noon. 50 Death Eaters, a dozen Giants, and an unknown number of Dementors. His primary objective is the Minister's office and the Wizengamot chamber, take those, and he controls the government. His secondary objective is the Department of Mysteries, because there are things down there he wants that we don't have time to get into right now. He pointed to the floor plans. Amelia Bones has 60 Aurors, 40 combat ready. She's placing them at the main entry points, the atrium floors, the visitor's entrance, the emergency portkey sites. What she doesn't have is enough people to cover the lower levels, and that's where the real fight will happen, because the Death Eaters aren't coming through the front door. Where? Kingsley asked. The Floo network hub on level 6. Snape's intelligence says they've got someone inside, thickness, in magical transportation, who's going to open a backdoor through the main relay. They'll pour through the hub and fan out through the building from the inside. Bypassing the atrium defenses entirely, Moody growled. Exactly. Which is why we're not going to the atrium. We're going to level 6. Harry looked around the room. I want 3 teams. Team 1, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, and the Aurors Bones can spare from the atrium. You hold level 6. Bottle them up at the Floo hub. Don't let them spread through the building. How many coming through the hub? Tonks asked. Snape estimates 20 to 30. The rest, plus the Giants and Dementors, will hit the atrium directly, which is what Bones's main force is preparing for. And us? Fred asked, gesturing at the collected Weasleys, Neville, Luna, Hermione, and the other DA members who had arrived overnight in response to Harry's call. Team 2. You're the mobile reserve. You cover the gaps, wherever the line breaks, wherever reinforcements are needed, you fill it. Fred, George, your diversionary products are our best tool for disrupting organized formations. Use them. Ron, Hermione, you coordinate the reserve movements. You know the Ministry layout from 5th year. What about me? Ginny said. You're with Team 2. And I'm telling you now, in front of everyone, if I hear that you held back or pulled punches or hesitated because someone told you to be careful, I will be profoundly disappointed. Ginny's smile was a blade. Not a chance. Team 3 is me, Neville, and Luna. We have a specific objective. Harry paused. He looked at Snape, who nodded once, tightly. Snape's intelligence indicates that Voldemort will enter the Ministry personally, once the initial assault has succeeded. He's coming for the Department of Mysteries. There's something down there, in the Death Chamber, that he believes can restore his Horcruxes. He's wrong, but he doesn't know that yet. When he enters the Ministry, Team 3 intercepts him. Silence. The kind of silence that follows a statement so audacious that the brain needs a moment to process it. You're going to fight Voldemort, Ron said flatly. I'm going to end the war. Today. One way or another. Harry, Hermione started. The prophecy says neither can live while the other survives. I didn't choose that. I didn't ask for it. But it's real, and ignoring it won't make it go away. 3 Horcruxes are destroyed. The ring is still out there, but Remus is close. Remus, you need to get to that shack today, before the battle if possible, during if necessary. Remus nodded. His face was gray but his eyes were steady. That leaves the fragment in my scar. Harry touched the lightning bolt scar, lightly, almost absently. Hermione found a ritual that might remove it. Ancient Egyptian. Requires multiple powerful witches and wizards channeling their magic through a focus point to overwhelm and eject the soul fragment. Might remove it, Ron repeated. Might. It's never been tested. It could work. It could kill me. It could do nothing. But if Voldemort dies while the fragment is still in my head, I don't know what happens. The fragment might die with him. Or it might not. And I'm not willing to spend the rest of my life with a piece of Tom Riddle living behind my eyes. When? Hermione asked. The ritual, when? After the battle. If we win. If I'm still alive. Harry looked around the room again, meeting every pair of eyes. That's the plan. Hold the Ministry. Stop the invasion. End Voldemort. And then, if I'm standing, we do the ritual and we get this thing out of my head. Questions. Nobody spoke. Not because they had nothing to say, he could see the objections and the fears and the arguments forming behind a dozen pairs of eyes, but because the plan was clear and the alternative was worse and the person presenting it was Harry Potter, who had shown them his cupboard and his scars and his worst moments and was still, improbably, unbreakably, standing here telling them he intended to win. Then let's go, Harry said. They moved. The kitchen emptied as people headed for the Floo, organizing into their teams with an efficiency that would have surprised anyone who thought of them as children or amateurs. Moody barked last-minute instructions. The twins distributed earpieces and decoy detonators. Hermione pressed a piece of parchment into Harry's hand, the ritual instructions, written in her precise handwriting. For after, she said, and hugged him hard enough to crack ribs, which was not an experience he needed more of in his life but which he appreciated nonetheless. Ron gripped his shoulder. Don't die, mate. Wasn't planning on it. Yeah, well, your plans have a way of going sideways. Ron's face was tight, but his voice was steady, the voice of someone who had walked through fire alongside his best friend and intended to keep walking. If you need us, call us. That's what the earpieces are for. Neville and Luna were waiting by the Floo. Neville had Gryffindor's sword strapped across his back in a harness that Moody had rigged from dragon hide leather. Luna had her wand and her radish earrings and the same serene expression she brought to everything from breakfast to apocalypse. Ready? Harry asked. Since the Department of Mysteries, Neville said. Since always, Luna said. Harry threw Floo powder into the fire. Ministry of Magic. The green flames swallowed them. The atrium was in lockdown when they arrived. Amelia Bones had done her work, the vast hall was cleared of civilians, the fountain drained and repurposed as a barricade, Aurors positioned behind columns and at choke points with the disciplined readiness of people who knew exactly what was coming. The golden gates to the lifts were sealed. The Floo connections were being monitored, incoming traffic only, and only for authorized personnel. Amelia met them at the security desk. She was in full battle dress, armored robes, her monocle replaced with what appeared to be an enchanted combat eyepiece, her wand in a quick-draw holster identical to Harry's. Potter. Your intelligence was accurate. We've detected staging activity in the Floo network, unusual traffic patterns consistent with a mass transit event being prepared. Estimated time to breach, 90 minutes. Level 6. Sealed, with your Mr. Moody and my best people inside. They'll hold. She paused. And you? Department of Mysteries. Voldemort's coming in person. I intend to be there when he arrives. Amelia studied him. The combat eyepiece gave her gaze a strange, mechanical quality, as if she were evaluating him through multiple spectra simultaneously, which she probably was. "You're 16 years old," she said. "Yes. And you're telling me you intend to personally engage the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. I'm telling you that a prophecy made before I was born says I'm the only one who can. I didn't write it. I'm not happy about it. But the alternative is letting someone else try and watching them die, and I've seen enough people die for me." Amelia was quiet for a long moment. Then she extended her hand. Harry took it. Her grip was firm and dry and communicated, in the language of handshakes, something that words would have made sentimental. "Good luck, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, Madam Bones." "Hold the atrium." "I intend to." Harry, Neville, and Luna took the stairs. The lifts were sealed, but the emergency stairwell that spiraled down through the center of the ministry was accessible, and they descended through the guts of the building in a silence broken only by their footsteps and the distant, deep hum of the ministry's ward structure vibrating under stress. Level 9. The Department of Mysteries. Harry had been here before, a year ago, led by a false vision, walking into a trap that had cost Sirius his life. The corridor was the same. The black door at the end was the same. The oppressive, heavy feel of the air was the same. He pushed through the door into the circular room. The walls rotated, that disorienting spinning of identical doors that had confused them last year, but Harry closed his eyes and felt for the room he wanted. Not with logic. With the scar. The fragment of Voldemort behind his forehead was pulling, yearning toward the death chamber with a gravity that was as useful as it was disturbing. "This one," he said, and opened a door. The death chamber. The tiered stone benches descending to the sunken center, the raised dais, the ancient stone archway with its fluttering veil. The room where Sirius had died. Harry stood at the top of the stone stairs and looked down at the veil, and for a moment, just a moment, he heard it. The whisper. The same whisper he'd heard a year ago, the voices behind the curtain, calling from somewhere that wasn't quite death and wasn't quite anything else. "He'll come here," Harry said. "He thinks the veil can anchor new Horcruxes, that the boundary between life and death can be used to repair a fractured soul. He's wrong. The veil doesn't work that way. But he'll come." "How do you know he's wrong?" Luna asked, gazing at the veil with her head tilted. "Because the veil isn't a tool. It's a door. And doors don't take sides. They position themselves." Neville on the upper tier, covering the entrance with Gryffindor's sword and his wand. Luna midway down, using the stone benches as cover and high ground. Harry at the bottom, near the dais, near the veil, where Voldemort would come. And then they waited. The battle started at noon, exactly as predicted. Harry heard it through the earpiece, Moody's gravelly voice, sharp and clipped, "Contact. Level 6. They're coming through the Floo hub. 25 at least. Engaging." Then Amelia's voice, calm and precise, "Atrium breach. Giants at the visitor's entrance. Dementors in the telephone box shaft. All Aurors, defensive positions." Then the sounds, distant, muffled by 9 levels of stone and magic, but unmistakable. Spellfire. Explosions. Screaming. The Ministry of Magic was under attack, and the battle for the wizarding world had begun. Harry's earpiece crackled with updates. Moody's team held level 6, barely. The Death Eaters coming through the Floo hub were relentless, wave after wave, and Moody was fighting with the savage efficiency of a man who had survived 2 wars and intended to survive a third. Tonks was dueling 3 opponents simultaneously, her metamorphmagus abilities giving her an edge that conventional fighters couldn't match. She changed her body mid-duel, shrinking to dodge a curse, elongating her arm to reach past a shield. In the atrium, the fight was uglier. The giants were the problem, 12 feet tall, resistant to most standard curses, swinging clubs the size of tree trunks. The Aurors were holding, but they were being pushed back, the barricades crumbling under the sheer physical force of the assault. Dementors poured through the gaps, their cold darkness spreading through the hall like an oil slick. Fred's voice in the earpiece, deploying darkness powder on level 6. Moody, cover your eyes. An explosion of darkness through the communication link. Then George, decoys out. 6 detonators, North Corridor. That should, yes, they're buying it, the idiots are chasing the decoys. Ron, reserve team moving to the atrium. The giants are breaking through the east barricade. Ginny, with me. Ginny, already there. Then a sound through the earpiece that Harry recognized, the high, sharp crack of Ginny's bat bogey hex, amplified to combat scale. A giant roared. Something crashed. Ginny, they're bigger than Yaxley but the principle's the same. Harry almost smiled. Almost. The minutes stretched. The battle raged above and around him, the sounds filtering down through the stone like distant thunder, and Harry stood in the death chamber and waited for the thing he knew was coming. He felt it before he heard it. The scar, not pain this time, but awareness. A cold, vast presence approaching, moving through the ministry with the unstoppable certainty of a glacier. Voldemort was inside the building. He's here, Harry said. Neville, Luna. Positions. The temperature in the death chamber dropped. Not metaphorically, Harry could see his breath misting in front of his face. The candles on the walls dimmed. The veil fluttered, agitated, the whispers behind it rising in pitch. The door opened. Voldemort entered the death chamber like a king entering his throne room. He was tall, taller than Harry remembered from the graveyard, or maybe it was just the way he occupied space, the way reality seemed to warp around him, the way the air itself recoiled from his presence. His snake-like face was white as bone, his red eyes burning in the dimness, his black robes flowing behind him like liquid shadow. He carried his wand, 13.5 inches, phoenix feather core, brother to Harry's own, loosely in his right hand, with the casual confidence of a man who rarely needed to raise it. Behind him, flanking him like an honor guard, were 3 Death Eaters. Bellatrix Lestrange, wild-eyed and grinning. Antonin Dolohov, cold and precise. And a third figure, massive, whom Harry didn't recognize, a new recruit, perhaps, or someone who had been in Azkaban until recently. Voldemort stopped at the top of the stone stairs. His red eyes swept the chamber, found Harry standing at the bottom near the veil, and something crossed his face that was too cold for surprise and too sharp for amusement. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice was soft, sibilant, carrying without effort. I expected to find you here. You have always been drawn to this room. To this veil. To death. I'm not drawn to death, Harry said. His voice was steady. His magic was steady. The scar burned, but he held the pain at a distance, a fire behind glass. I'm drawn to endings. And this is one. You have destroyed my Horcruxes. Not a question. Voldemort's red eyes were flat, expressionless, the eyes of a reptile assessing prey. The diary. The locket. The diadem. I felt each one die. Do you know what that feels like, boy? To feel pieces of your own soul torn apart? No. But I know what it feels like to have a piece of your soul stuck in my head, and I'm planning to get rid of that too. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. The fragment in your scar. Yes. I know about that. I have always known. Did your precious Dumbledore tell you the rest? Did he tell you that the only way to destroy it is to destroy you? He told me that's what he believed. I found a different opinion. There is no different opinion. The fragment is bound to your life force. Kill one, kill both. That is the nature of the magic. Voldemort descended 2 steps, slowly, his robes whispering against the stone. I came here for the veil, Harry. For the boundary. I will create new anchors for my immortality, and no child with a stolen sword will stop me. But first. His wand rose, almost lazily. I will reclaim what is mine. Neville, Harry said. The world exploded. Neville's stunner hit Dumbledore from above, a perfect shot from the upper tier that dropped the Death Eater before he'd registered the threat. Luna's spell followed a fraction of a second later, not aimed at a person but at the stone stairs themselves, a blasting curse that shattered the steps between Voldemort and his remaining guards, separating Bellatrix and the unknown Death Eater from their master. Bellatrix shrieked. Not in pain, in rage. She spun toward the upper tier, wand blazing, and Neville met her with a fury that 5 years of watching her laugh about his parents had been building toward. Their spells collided in midair, red and purple, light and darkness, and the stone benches between them cracked and crumbled. The unknown Death Eater charged at Luna. She sidestepped him with the effortless grace of someone who saw the world at a slightly different angle than everyone else, and hit him with a spell that Harry had never seen before, something silver and spiraling that wrapped around the man like a net and contracted, pinning his arms to his sides. He toppled like a felled tree. Harry didn't see any of this happen. By the time Neville and Luna engaged, Harry was already moving, already locked onto the only target that mattered. Voldemort attacked first. A jet of green light, the killing curse, always the killing curse, always the first resort of a man who had no other relationship with death except to inflict it. Harry dodged left, the curse passing so close that his hair stirred in its wake, and returned fire with a chain of spells that came from somewhere deeper than training, deeper than practice, from the place where his magic lived now, unbound, uncaged, 15 years of compressed power finally given permission to exist. The first spell was a stunner. Voldemort batted it aside. The second was a binding curse. Voldemort shielded. The third was something Harry hadn't planned, a bolt of raw, white gold magical energy that wasn't a spell at all, that had no name, that was simply his will made manifest, and it hit Voldemort's shield and the shield cracked. Voldemort's eyes widened. The first genuine surprise Harry had ever seen on that face. What? Harry didn't give him time to finish the question. He pushed forward, closing the distance, and the air between them became a storm of light and force and magic that transcended the neat categories of offensive and defensive spellwork. Harry was casting with his wand and with his left hand simultaneously, spells from the wand, raw magic from the palm, and Voldemort was being forced backward, step by step, toward the dais and the veil. This wasn't the graveyard. Harry wasn't 13 and terrified, hiding behind tombstones, surviving on luck and the ghost echoes of his parents. This wasn't the Department of Mysteries, where he'd flailed and panicked while adults died around him. This was something new. This was Harry Potter at the full extent of his power, unbottled and unbroken, and Voldemort, for the first time, was facing an opponent who was not afraid of him. Voldemort adjusted. He was ancient and brilliant and had spent 50 years mastering dark magic that Harry had never heard of, and he began to use it. A curse that turned the air to acid. A spell that animated the stone benches into attacking golems. A wave of darkness that consumed light itself, plunging the chamber into a blindness so total that Harry had to navigate by the pulse of his scar alone. But Harry had something Voldemort didn't. Connection. Not just the scar link, though that helped, he could feel Voldemort's intentions a half-second before they became spells, a combat advantage that was worth more than any shield charm. But deeper than that, Harry was connected to the magic of the Ministry itself, the way he'd been connected to Diagon Alley during the street fight. The ambient magic of the building, centuries of accumulated enchantment, the wards, the residual power of thousands of witches and wizards who had worked here, it answered to him. Not because he was special. Because he'd opened himself to it, because the broadcast had taught him that vulnerability was strength and openness was power, and he was open now in a way that Voldemort, who had spent his entire existence sealing himself off, walling himself in, splitting his soul into ever smaller fragments to avoid the one thing he feared, could never be. Harry drew on the Ministry's magic. He felt it surge through him like a river breaking a dam, and his next spell, wandless, both hands raised, a wall of pure golden light, hit Voldemort with the force of every protection, every ward, every defensive enchantment the Ministry had accumulated in 500 years of existence. Voldemort flew backward. He hit the dais hard, cracking the stone, and for one surreal instant, he was sprawled at the base of the veil, his robes in disarray, his wand knocked from his grip, the veil fluttering inches from his head as if reaching for him. Harry stood over him. His hands were blazing with light. His scar was a line of fire. The magic in him was an ocean, vast and deep and still rising. "You're afraid of death," Harry said. "You've spent your whole life running from it. Splitting your soul. Hiding pieces of yourself in objects. And you never understood that the running was the problem. That the fear was the cage." Voldemort's red eyes burned. His hand scrabbled for his wand. "You know nothing, I know everything. I grew up in a cupboard, Tom. I know what cages look like from the inside." Harry's voice was calm, almost gentle, which was more terrifying than any shout. "You made Horcruxes because you were afraid. You killed my parents because you were afraid. You started 2 wars because you were afraid. And right now, lying on the floor of the death chamber with the veil at your back, you're more afraid than you've ever been, because you can feel it, the Horcruxes are gone. 3 destroyed. The ring," the earpiece crackled. Remus's voice, distant and breathless, "Harry. The ring. It's destroyed. The shack was trapped but I got through. The ring is destroyed." "For destroyed," Harry continued, without breaking eye contact with Voldemort. "The cup is in Bellatrix's vault, which Gringotts will be opening for the DMLE by tomorrow morning per Amelia Bones's warrant. That's 5. And the one in my scar," he touched the lightning bolt. "That's next. You're mortal, Tom. Right now, in this moment, you're as mortal as you were the day you were born in that orphanage." Something broke in Voldemort's face. The mask of cold superiority, the serpentine composure, the inhuman stillness, it cracked, and underneath it was Tom Riddle, a boy from an orphanage who had spent his entire life building walls against the terror of his own mortality and had just watched every wall fall. "No!" Voldemort screamed, and the scream was not the cold, controlled voice of a Dark Lord but the raw, ragged cry of a man facing the abyss. He lunged for his wand, seized it, and cast, not a spell but a blast of pure dark magic, unformed and desperate, the magical equivalent of a cornered animal lashing out with everything it had. Harry met it. Not with a shield. With a broadcast. He reached for the scar. He reached for the connection that had tormented him for 15 years, the link between his fragment of Voldemort's soul and Voldemort himself, and he wrenched it open. Not to let Voldemort in. To push something out. He gathered every memory he had of Tom Marvolo Riddle, not his own memories, but Riddle's, the ones that had leaked through the scar connection in nightmares and visions and moments of emotional bleed. The orphanage. The loneliness. The other children who feared him. The staff who didn't understand him. The mother who died rather than live for him. The father who didn't want him. Tom Riddle's cupboard. And he pushed. He pushed the way he'd pushed his own memories into the Floo powder, but this time there was no powder, no modified network, no technical apparatus. There was just Harry's magic, vast and raw and connected to the ambient field of the Ministry, and the scar link, and the will to use it. He broadcast Tom Riddle's memories through the Ministry's wards, through the building's magical infrastructure, through every wall and floor and corridor, and everyone in the building, Auror and Death Eater, fighter and defender, attacker and attacked, experienced it simultaneously. The orphanage. The cold, regimented cruelty of institutional neglect. A small boy sitting on an iron bed in a room full of other beds, knowing that no one in the world loved him or wanted him or would notice if he disappeared. The first acts of accidental magic, hurting other children, not because he wanted to but because the power erupted from his loneliness like steam from a kettle. The visits from Dumbledore, who saw the danger and not the child. The sorting, the masks, the slow construction of Lord Voldemort from the wreckage of Tom Riddle. Every Death Eater in the building felt it. They felt their master's childhood, not the mythology, not the pure-blood ideology, not the promise of power. The truth. A half-blood orphan, abandoned by his Muggle father, raised in a Muggle institution, as alone and afraid and damaged as the boy whose broadcast had started all of this. The effect was devastating. On level 6, the Death Eaters faltered. On the atrium floor, the assault stalled. Dementors recoiled from the raw emotional energy, not the happiness of a Patronus but something equally anathema to creatures of despair, truth. Uncomfortable, ugly, human truth. Bellatrix, mid-duel with Neville, staggered. Her face contorted, not with pain but with cognitive dissonance, the collision between the Dark Lord she worshipped and the abandoned child she was now experiencing. Neville didn't hesitate. His stunner caught her square in the chest, and she dropped. Voldemort screamed again. The memories were his own, ripped from the most protected vault in his mind, exposed to the world through the connection he'd never been able to sever, and the experience of being broadcast, of being seen, truly seen, without mask or mythology, was the one thing he had never, in 60 years of darkness, prepared for. "Stop," Voldemort gasped, and his voice was Tom Riddle's voice, young and broken and terrified. "Stop it. Stop." "No," Harry said. "You don't get to be a secret either." He pushed harder. The scar blazed white-hot, the connection between them a conduit of fire, and Harry felt the fragment in his head thrashing, screaming, trying to disconnect, and he held on. He held the connection open with every ounce of his will, and he broadcast, and the world saw Tom Riddle, and Tom Riddle saw himself through the world's eyes, and the combination was more destructive than any killing curse. Because Voldemort's power, the real power, the power that kept Death Eaters loyal and the wizarding world afraid, was mystique. Was mythology. Was the image of an invincible, inhuman Dark Lord who transcended mortal weakness. And Harry had just burned that image to the ground the same way he'd burned the image of the pampered, beloved boy who lived. With truth. With memory. With the simple, devastating act of showing people what was real. The Death Eaters broke. Not all at once, some of them, the true believers, the sadists, fought on. But the rank and file, the ones who had joined out of fear or ambition or the seductive mythology of blood purity, felt their master's orphanage memories and looked at each other and saw the lie for what it was, and they stopped. They lowered their wands. Some disapparated. Some simply stood still, stunned, waiting to be taken. Voldemort lurched to his feet. The veil was behind him, fluttering, and the whispers were loud now, a chorus of voices from beyond, reaching through the boundary, and Harry could hear words in the whispers, names, his parents' voices among them, calling not for him but for the resolution that had been deferred for 15 years. "It's over, Tom," Harry said. "Your Horcruxes are gone. Your army is broken. Your secret is out. You're just a man. You've always been just a man." Voldemort raised his wand. His hand was shaking, the hand of Tom Riddle, not Lord Voldemort, the hand of a boy who had never learned to hold anything without crushing it. His red eyes were wild, fractured, the composure of a lifetime shattered by 12 minutes of broadcast truth. "I am Lord Voldemort," he hissed, but the words were hollow, an incantation that had lost its power. "You're Tom Riddle," Harry said. "And I'm Harry Potter. And we're both orphans who grew up in places that didn't want us. That's where the similarity ends. Because I chose to let people in, and you chose to keep them out, and that choice is the only thing that ever mattered." Voldemort cast the killing curse, one last time, one final green bolt aimed at the boy who had unmade him. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He raised his wand and cast the only spell that had ever matched the killing curse, not Expelliarmus, not this time, but something older, something that came from the same place as the broadcast, from the same deep well of truth and vulnerability and refusal to hide. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand, but it wasn't a stag, not anymore. It was light itself, a wave of silver-gold radiance that expanded outward like a sun being born, and a killing curse hit it and dissolved, the green light swallowed by the gold, absorbed, negated, transmuted into something that was neither death nor survival but the transcendence of both. The light hit Voldemort. He didn't fly backward. He didn't scream. He stood there, in the heart of the radiance, and the light passed through him, and as it passed, it took things with it. The fear. The rage. The desperate, 60-year flight from mortality. Layer by layer, the darkness peeled away, and for one instant, one single, frozen instant, Harry saw him clearly. Tom Riddle. Just Tom. A boy. Afraid. Then the light reached the veil, and the veil blazed silver, and the whispers became a roar, and something that had been Tom Marvolo Riddle, something older and simpler than Lord Voldemort, something that might, in another life, have been human, passed through the archway and was gone. The body fell. Empty. A shell discarded by a soul that had finally, after 60 years of flight, stopped running. Harry stood alone at the base of the dais. His wand hand dropped to his side. The silver-gold light faded, and the death chamber was dark and quiet, and the veil fluttered once, gently, and was still. His scar burned. One final, searing pulse, and then the burning stopped. Not gradually. Completely. The cold pulse behind his forehead, the alien presence that had lived there for 15 years, was gone. He felt it leave, felt the fragment, torn loose by the destruction of its creator, pass through the same door, following the rest of itself into whatever lay beyond. Harry raised his hand to his forehead. The scar was still there, he could feel the ridge of it under his fingers. But it was just a scar now. Just skin. The lightning bolt that had defined his life was, at last, only a mark. He became aware of sound. Neville, calling his name from the upper tier. Luna, descending the stairs with careful, measured steps. And through the earpiece, a cacophony of voices, Moody reporting that level 6 was secured, Amelia Bones announcing the atrium was cleared, Fred and George whooping, Ron shouting something about giants, Ginny's voice cutting through all of it with 2 words. He's gone. Harry, he's gone. The dark mark on Snape's arm just faded. They're all fading. He's gone. Harry sat down on the dais. Not gracefully, he simply stopped being able to stand and his body folded and he sat on the cold stone beside the archway where his godfather had died a year ago and where, today, the war had ended. Neville reached him first. He didn't say anything. He sat down beside Harry on the stone, Gryffindor's sword across his knees, and they sat together in the quiet of the death chamber while the sounds of victory filtered down from above. Luna arrived a moment later. She sat on Harry's other side, pulled a chocolate bar from her robes, broke it into 3 pieces, and handed them out. Chocolate helps after Dementors, she said. I imagine it helps after Dark Lords too. Harry ate the chocolate. It tasted like the best thing he'd ever eaten, which probably said more about his current state than about the chocolate. The ministry took hours to secure. Aurors swept every level, rounding up stunned and surrendered Death Eaters, containing the giants, 2 had been killed, the rest fled when Voldemort fell, and dispersing the Dementors, who scattered like smoke once the source of their allegiance was gone. The final count, 11 Death Eaters killed, 23 captured, the rest fled. Ministry casualties were lighter than anyone had expected, 4 Aurors dead, a dozen injured, no civilian fatalities. Amelia Bones took command of the aftermath with the calm, implacable authority of a woman who had been waiting her entire career for a crisis worthy of her competence. She had the Wisengamot convened within 3 hours, emergency session, open to the public, and in a 30-minute proceeding that would be studied in history classes for centuries, the following things happened. Cornelius Fudge was removed from office by unanimous vote. Amelia Bones was appointed acting minister pending elections. The Order of the Phoenix was formally recognized as a wartime defense organization. And Harry Potter was offered the Order of Merlin, first class, which he accepted with a nod and put in his pocket and forgot about almost immediately. He didn't make a speech. He didn't stand in the ruined atrium and deliver rousing words to a grateful nation. He stood in the corner of the Wizengamot chamber with Neville on one side and Luna on the other and watched the political machinery grind into motion, and when Amelia Bones caught his eye across the room, he gave her the smallest of nods, and she gave him one in return, and that was enough. The ritual happened at sunset. They did it in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place because Harry wanted it done at home, and Grimmauld Place, improbably, was home now. Hermione directed the preparations with the focused intensity of a conductor arranging an orchestra. Candles. Runes. A circle drawn on the floor in powdered moonstone. The positioning of participants was precise. Hermione had calculated the magical resonance requirements down to the inch. Harry stood in the center of the circle. Around him, in positions that Hermione had determined through a combination of ancient Egyptian texts and what appeared to be higher mathematics, stood his people. Neville. Luna. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. Fred. George. Tonks. Remus. Molly. Arthur. Moody, who had grumbled about mystical nonsense but positioned himself with the precision of a man who followed orders when they made sense. And Dumbledore. Harry had invited him. Not out of forgiveness, that was still being built, brick by slow brick, and might take years. Out of practicality. The ritual needed power, and Albus Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard alive. Dumbledore stood in the circle and said nothing. His eyes were bright, but not with the calculated twinkle of old. With something simpler. Something that might have been hope. The fragment may already be gone, Hermione said. Harry described feeling it leave during the battle. But we don't know for certain, and I'd rather be thorough. Do it, Harry said. The ritual began. Hermione spoke the words, ancient Egyptian, guttural and rhythmic, a language designed for magic that predated wands and schools and ministries. The people in the circle raised their wands and their hands and their intent, and Harry felt their magic reach for him, not invasively, not the probing assault of legitimacy, but an offering. A dozen magical cores, opened willingly, their power flowing toward him like tributaries into a river. He let them in. He lowered every wall, every shield, every defense he'd spent 15 years building. He opened himself completely, to their magic, to their intentions, to the love and loyalty and fierce, complicated devotion that filled the circle like light fills a room. The combined magic found the scar. It examined it, delicately, thoroughly, and found nothing. The fragment was gone. Truly gone. The door was empty, the parasite evicted, the house clean. But the ritual didn't stop. The combined magic, having reached the place where the Horcrux had been, kept going, not because Hermione directed it, but because magic, when given freely by people who love you, has a wisdom of its own. It found the scar tissue. Not the physical scar, the magical one. 15 years of hosting a dark soul fragment had left damage, the way a tumor leaves damage even after removal. The magic found the damage and, gently, with the combined will of 12 people who had chosen this boy and been chosen by him, began to repair it. Harry felt it. A warmth spreading from his forehead through his entire body, reaching into the places where the fragment had dug its roots, the nightmares, the anger, the moments of cold cruelty that he'd always feared were Voldemort's influence and not his own. The magic didn't erase these things. It healed them. It surrounded them with light and warmth and the simple, powerful message, you are not alone, you were never alone, and the darkness was never yours. He was crying. He couldn't help it, the tears came the way the tears had come during the memory extraction, silent and steady, not grief but release. 15 years of carrying a passenger he never asked for, finally, completely, over. The ritual ended. The candles guttered. The moonstone circle dimmed. Harry stood in the center of the drawing room, surrounded by the people he loved, and breathed. Well? Ron asked, because Ron's talent was cutting through the mystical to the practical. Did it work? Harry touched his scar. Just a scar. Just skin. No pulse, no cold, no whisper. It worked, he said. Ginny reached him first this time. She walked into the circle, took his face in both hands, and kissed him. Not a tentative first kiss, not a question, a statement, delivered with the full force of a Weasley who had been waiting long enough and was done waiting. Harry kissed her back. The circle erupted, Fred and George whistling, Ron making a sound of theatrical disgust, Molly bursting into tears, Luna observing serenely that the Raxburts had cleared considerably. They pulled apart. Harry looked at Ginny's face, close to his, her brown eyes bright and warm and absolutely certain. "You owe me dinner," she said. "Tomorrow. Tonight. I'm not waiting any longer." He laughed. It was a real laugh, full, open, rising from somewhere in his chest that had been locked for 15 years and was, finally, open. The evening settled over Grimmauld Place like a benediction. Molly commandeered the kitchen and produced a meal that defied the laws of both magic and catering: roast beef, potatoes, vegetables, 3 kinds of pie, enough food for 20 people and somehow exactly right for the specific 20 people who were there. They ate at the long kitchen table, crowded elbow to elbow, passing dishes, talking over each other, laughing. Moody ate with his back to the wall and his magical eye spinning but his real eye, for once, at rest. Tonks knocked over 2 glasses and apologized for neither. Remus sat between Neville and Luna, listening to them argue about the combat applications of Scandinavian magical theory, and for the first time since Sirius's death, the lines of grief on his face relaxed into something softer. Snape sat at the end of the table, apart but present, eating with the quiet focus of a man who was learning, slowly and uncomfortably, how to exist in a room full of people who didn't require him to perform. Fred and George were already designing a commemorative product, the Voldemort vanishing hat, which made the wearer's head temporarily invisible, and were debating pricing with the intense focus they brought to all commercial ventures. Ron was telling Hermione about the giant he'd helped bring down in the atrium, his account growing more dramatic with each retelling, and Hermione was pretending to be skeptical while clearly being impressed. Dumbledore ate quietly. He spoke when spoken to, laughed gently at the twins' jokes, complimented Molly's pie. He did not try to take charge, to guide the conversation, to position himself at the center. He sat at the table as a guest in a house that had once been his headquarters, invited by a boy he had failed, and he was grateful to be there. Harry watched all of this from his seat between Ginny and Neville. He watched his people, his family, chosen and chaotic and imperfect and exactly right, and he felt the last fragments of the cold stone dissolve. After dinner, when the dishes were cleared and the conversations had softened into the drowsy murmur of people who had fought a war and won it and were beginning to realize they could rest, Harry stepped outside. The garden of Grimmauld Place was overgrown and wild, more jungle than garden, but in the evening light it had a tangled beauty that suited the house. Harry stood among the weeds and the rosebushes and looked up at the sky, where the first stars were appearing over London. The door opened behind him. Footsteps in the grass. Ginny appeared beside him, her shoulder touching his, warm and solid and real. "You okay?" she asked. Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, in the careful, honest way he'd learned over the past 10 days, the way that didn't flinch from the answer, whatever it was. "I don't know," he said. "I think so. I think I will be good enough." They stood together in the garden. The stars brightened. The sounds of the house, laughter, conversation, the clink of dishes, Molly's voice, the twins' explosions of mirth, drifted through the open kitchen window, carried on the warm June air. "You know what happens now," Ginny said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah. The investigation continues. Dumbledore faces the Wizengamot. The Death Eaters go to trial. The Ministry gets rebuilt. Fudge's people get cleared out. Child protection laws get rewritten." Harry paused. "And I have to figure out who I am when I'm not fighting. That's the hard part. Harder than Voldemort? Much harder. Voldemort you could hit with spells. Identity crises don't hold still long enough. He smiled. Ginny leaned into him, and he put his arm around her, and they stood in the overgrown garden of a house that had been a prison and a headquarters and a refuge and was now, simply, a home. Harry thought about the broadcast. About the moment he'd poured his memories into the fire and set the truth loose on the world. He'd done it in rage and grief and the cold, clear certainty that secrecy was a weapon used against the powerless and truth was the only counter. He hadn't known what would happen. He hadn't known it would lead here, to a war ended, a Dark Lord fallen, a country changed, a life reclaimed. He'd just known he was done being a secret. And the world had cracked open. Not cleanly, not painlessly, not without cost. But open. And in the opening, light had gotten in, the kind of light that burned away illusions and pretenses and comfortable lies and left, in their place, the raw, uncomfortable, necessary truth. Harry Potter had lived in a cupboard. The world knew it now. The world would never unknow it. And from that knowledge, from the shared, unforgettable experience of a child's suffering, something better was being built. Not by Harry alone. By everyone who had felt the memories and chosen to act. By Amelia Bones and her investigation. By the Weasleys and their fierce, imperfect love. By Neville's bedrock courage and Luna's strange wisdom and Hermione's relentless brilliance. By Snape's agonizing self-reckoning. By Dumbledore's diminished but genuine penance. By all of them. Together. Harry looked up at the stars. The scar on his forehead was quiet. The magic in his bones was steady. The girl beside him was warm. "Let's go inside," he said. They went inside. The door closed. The light from the kitchen windows fell across the garden in warm, golden squares, and the old house settled around its people with a sigh that sounded, if you listened carefully, like a long-held breath finally released. Like coming home.